Chapter 1139. When the two eighth-rank counselor and assistant officials, who were as young as the main official, heard this, they were filled with righteous indignation. They were about to speak when Lu Gongren, whose mouth and tongue were parched, waved his hand. He took a few steps forward, and was about to walk to the old man's side when a strong retainer blocked his path with a knife. Lu Gongren smiled. The retainer weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He probably felt that this seventh-rank civil official's eyes were clear, and couldn't bring himself to hate him. After hesitating for a moment, he moved aside, and allowed Lu Gongren to walk to the side of the field. He sat down next to the old man, and shook the collar of his official robe. It turned out that this counselor was sweating profusely. There was dirt under his fingernails, and even his official patch was stained with dirt. Li Maozhen's discerning eyes allowed him to catch this flaw with just a glance. He clicked his tongue and said, "Sir Lu, you are a good official. Wearing your official robe to work in the field, who would think that you are incompetent? Or are you afraid that others won't recognize you as a seventh-rank official?" Lu Gongren smiled calmly and said, "Not only is it not cool to work in official robes, it is also cumbersome. However, if I don't wear official robes, I will be chased out of the field by your ferocious troops." Li Maozhen furrowed his brows and didn't make a sound. At this moment, the retainers who had followed Li Maozhen out of the city were somewhat wary. Three strange people slowly walked over from the side of the field. When the two sides were about 10 meters apart, the empty-handed young man smiled and asked, "Are you Li Maozhen?" Li Maozhen, who had been called directly by his name, turned his head and looked at the somewhat familiar face. His heart was in turmoil, but he wasn't sure. Li Maozhen was a veteran of Bailiang and naturally remembered the peerless beauty of Bailiang's Wu Wangfei. However, how could the old man believe that the young man in front of him was that him? The young man with two youths with swords and knives on his back smiled and said, "Li Maozhen, standing in front of you, you don't curse?" Hearing this ridicule, how could Li Maozhen not recognize this person's identity? He abruptly stood up, and was about to kneel in greeting. However, at some point, the scholarly-looking young man had walked over to Li Maozhen's side. He and Minister Counselor Lu Gongren sat on the old man's left and right. Li Maozhen's light cavalry retainers were all startled. Just as they were about to protect the old man, Li Maozhen ordered them to retreat and return to the city. Lu Gongren and the two assistant officers of the Army Garrison Division who had been standing all this time were somewhat at a loss. Li Maozhen was so excited that he did not know what to say. The old man was not really stupid. If the king of Bailiang really sat next to him, he would not dare to scold him even if he had 10 times the courage of a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Moreover, when his memorial was refuted, he only said a few words out of anger. He regretted it afterwards. In fact, at that time, if the young king of Bailiang wrote it himself instead of those women in Wutong'an, then let alone refuting it, even if the king of Bailiang scolded Li Maozhen to his face, he, as a weak military officer, would not talk back. Li Maozhen, who held great power in his hands, recognized two things more than many people. One was Bailiang, and the other was the Su family. It did not matter if you were a kitten, a dog, or the head of the Su family after great General Su Shao. As long as you sat in the position of the Lord of Bailiang, Li Maozhen would serve you to the death. The person who came was naturally Su Fengnian. He leaned around Li Maozhen and looked at the eighth-rank official Lu Gongren. He smiled and said, "You should be the minister counselor Lu who once studied at Shangyin Academy. You can continue talking. I'll just listen." Lu Gongren mistakenly thought that this was a local snake that even old General Li was afraid of, and that he was the son of a general with a strong background in Liangzhou. However, since he was here, he might as well take the opportunity to explain to the old military officer why Bailiang wanted to draw legs on a snake and set up the military field department. However, before the young civil official could speak, Li Maozhen turned his head and glared at him fiercely. "The king is sitting next to you and is personally supporting you. What nonsense are you talking to this old man about? In the future, I will strictly control those subordinates who deliberately make things difficult for the military field department. If you, as the minister counselor, have any difficulties, you can directly enter the UG General's mansion in the pass." Lu Gongren and the two young officials behind him were stunned. Su Fengnian raised his head and waved his hand. He smiled and said, "Sit down and talk." They sat side by side on the side of the field. Other than Li Maozhen, who was able to maintain a calm expression on his face, the others, including Lu Gongren, were all restless and had an uncontrollable excitement in their chests. In the cultivation of the government, one rank followed another, and the threshold followed the threshold. There was almost no end to it. For the 6 ministers who were the pillars of the imperial court, not to mention the officials from other places, even the officials from the capital who could participate in the court assembly might not be able to get in front of these important figures in their entire lives, much less speak a few words with them. However, other than the Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu and Gu Jiantang, the vassal kings who had divided the territory were undoubtedly rarer than these pillars of the dynasty. These scholars who had gone to Liang had long heard of the various deeds of the new Liang prince. He was different from the notorious reputation of the past. The rumors that were becoming more and more intense were mostly the heroic deeds of the young vassal kings. However, even if Su Fengnian was an embroidered pillow that could not be supported, as long as he was the master of Beiliang, then he was destined to have a large group of famous heroes on the battlefield, such as Chu Lushan, Yuan Zuozong, and Yan Wenwan standing behind him. Su Fengnian saw that they were not willing to speak, so he could only smile and ask, "Official Lu, how many roads have you traveled since you became the minister-counselor?" Lu Gongren said respectfully, "I have been the minister-counselor of the army division for more than 2 months. I don't know how many roads I have traveled, but I have already changed 4 pairs of boots." Li Maozhen said softly, "Lu Gongren, this 8th-level official, is not quite the same as the previous pests in Beiliang. I have investigated his background. Since he took office, he has not bought a private residence or kept a servant. However, I can't rule out the possibility that he is not familiar with the network of officialdom and did not dare to enter the water too early and ruin his future." Lu Gongren did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said in a muffled voice, "Old General Li, are you saying good or bad things?" Su Fengnian said, with Li Maozhen's bad temper, "Generally speaking, if he did not directly say bad things about you, then it is considered good things." Li Maozhen smiled softly and nodded. His expression was somewhat self-satisfied. Su Fengnian suddenly addressed him as Old General Li and asked, "Lu Gongren and the other scholars who have just taken up their posts, are they satisfactory?" Li Maozhen grunted and said, "At the very least, within 3 or 4 years, they can be considered honest officials. As for whether they can be called capable officials, compared to those who squatted in the latrine pit and did not shit, they are certainly much better." Su Fengnian said to himself, "This is enough." Li Maozhen suddenly asked carefully, "Your Highness, why don't we switch places? I do not dare to sit in the middle of the main seat. I feel that Your Highness is trying to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Are you going to remove my official hat?" Su Fengnian joked. "Su Xiao said before that you, Li Maozhen, are addicted to being an official, which is why he made an exception and asked the Liang Imperial Court for you to be a 4-man guerrilla general. Now it seems that this is indeed the case." Li Maozhen laughed out loud and said, "If I am not an official, how can I lead troops into battle? I know my own weight. Otherwise I would have asked Your Highness for the position of Grand Commander." Su Fengnian said softly, "There will be a lot of fighting coming up." Li Maozhen was stunned for a moment before he smiled knowingly. "According to our old rules, every time there is a big battle, the Su family cavalry must set up 2 temporary vanguard battalions. Why don't you count Li Maozhen in? In any case, the Grand General has promised me that the title of guerrilla general can be inherited. This old man has no other wishes. The eldest son of the Su family, Li Hosher, is not inferior to me in leading troops. Leaving Yellow Flower Pass to him, Your Highness can be at ease." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Su Xiao is already dying of old age in his bed. You, Li Maozhen, have 4 generations under the same roof. What are you going to do at the border?" Li Maozhen said in a low voice, "Then let's treat it as one last time helping the Grand General fight at the border. Military advisor Li Yishan once said that we must always let those northern barbarians remember one thing. Where the Su family's gate is where the gate of Liang is." Chapter 1140. Su Fengnian originally wanted to say goodbye and go around the Yellow Flower Pass to enter Liangzhou, but Li Maozhen would not let him go. He kept pestering him until he entered the Yuji general's residence. Even Lu Gongren and the others could not escape. A large banquet was held in the residence. Li Maozhen called his eldest son Li Hosher. The old officer did not dare to make the new King Liang drink, but he was not polite to Lu Gongren. Li Maozhen was an old wine-worm who had been soaked in the wine jar of officialdom. He was very good at drinking, persuading, and avoiding alcohol. The young talents of the military field department wanted to stay sober in front of the young king, but they quickly drank until they collapsed. Lu Gongren was drunk and sang a song. It was Yul Wandao's Liangzhou de Ma. The banquet ended happily. Li Maozhen was also drunk. He could only let Li Hosher help Su Fingnian out of the Yellow Flower Pass. When they left the residence, there was a handsome young man in a scholarly robe sneakily following behind them. Li Hosher, who was in the prime of his life, had a helpless expression. He explained to Su Fingnian that the young man was his youngest son Li Jingfu. He had become a Xiozai at the age of 11. However, this child greatly admired the number 1 king of Beiliang. Su Fingnian praised him from the bottom of his heart. Li Jingfu could be considered a rare scholar in Beiliang. Li Hosher's appearance was similar to his father, Li Maozhen. However, he did not have a strong official aura. In the evening, according to the records of the Fu Shui chamber, this Yellow Flower Pass cavalry captain who had been in charge of the Yin Suoying Guard for 8 years walked with Su Fingnian on the deserted street. The young man, Li Jingfu, saw that the king of Beiliang and his father did not reprimand him for not knowing the rules. He tiptoed behind the 4 of them. He looked enviously at Lu Yunzhang, who was carrying a blade, and Wang Sheng, who was carrying a case. Li Hosher hesitated and said softly, "Your Highness, my father does have selfish motives. He wants me to take over the Yellow Flower Pass. Father has always said that even if I can inherit the title of Yuji General, it is meaningless. I hope your Highness does not mind." At this point Li Hosher, who was not good with words, blushed and smiled. He probably did not know how to continue. Su Fingnian smiled indifferently. "Your father's addiction to being an official is not small. This banquet is also to pave the way for you. It's good that you leave an impression in the prince's mansion of Mount Qingliang. In the future, it will be easier for you to be promoted. However, you still underestimate your father too much. Before your father entered the city, he made a bet with me. If after I saw you, I felt that you could shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding Huanghua Pass, then I would allow him to serve as an old soldier in either of the vanguard and breaking enemy battalions. If you want to put it this way, your future Ruoshui commandant was exchanged with your father's life today." Li Hosher's face turned red. After holding back for a long time, he finally said, "Your Highness, don't listen to my father. This old man is already so old. He can still ride a horse in casual clothes, but if he wears armor and holds a spear, he won't be able to last an incense stick of time." Su Fingnian nodded his head. Li Hosher continued, "Your Highness, our Li family's bloodline is still flourishing. I still have 2 younger brothers who are in the military. The family business of Huanghua Pass is not lacking in successors. My father's wish should be fulfilled by me, the eldest son of the first wife." Su Fingnian didn't comment. He turned his head and saw Lu Yunzhang hugging the Confucian-robed youth's shoulder and whispering to him. It was most likely Lu Yunzhang, that sly little rascal, showing off his shrewdness in worldly affairs. Li Jingfu waited for the vassal king to turn his head. He lowered his body and broke free from Lu Yunzhang's arm. He mustered his courage and took a few steps forward. Just as he was about to speak, he was glared at by Li Hosher. "Don't push your luck. Go back and read your book." The youth's voice trembled slightly as he said in a clear voice, "I am a scholar. Instead of writing my name down in history, it's better to hang my head at the gate of the country." As soon as these words came out, the already deserted street became even more silent. Li Hosher was a rough man who was used to using a bow and spear, but rarely used a pen. Wang Sheng and Lu Yunzhang were even worse. They only felt that this person of the same age spoke in a scholarly manner. Su Fingnian raised his hand and motioned Li Hosher not to make a sound. He said with a smile, "Kid, you are still young, but your tone is not small. I have seen Huang Longshi, Chao Chongqing and Xianyuan Jingcheng. These 3 people are the Confucian sages among the land immortals." Hearing this, In just a short sentence, 3 thunderous names appeared. The young Li Jingfu's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the great hero in his heart. He thought that the king of Bailiang, who had traveled thousands of miles, had seen the world more than anyone else. Su Fengnian continued. But they didn't speak as if they could swallow mountains and rivers like you. Li Hosher couldn't help but chuckle. However, when he saw his young son's pale face, he sighed quietly. Su Fengnian seemed to be talking to himself. The name of a scholar goes down in history, while the head of a military official hangs at the gate of the country. They don't interfere with each other. If the former can write more good things about the latter when they are behind closed doors writing beautiful articles, that would be very good. Su Fengnian looked at Li Jingfu and said, I'm not laughing at you for overestimating yourself. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. When I practiced the saber back then, I also harbored great ambitions. At that time, no one thought highly of me. When one's heart is moved, one's intention will be born. The reason why I'm telling you this is because I feel that you are still too young. Even if you throw away your pen and join the army, you will only be a burden to others on the battlefield. Besides, Bailiang has 300,000 cavalry that are the most powerful in the world. How can a young scholar like you cut off your head and study? After saying this, Su Fengnian told Li Hosher that there was no need to send him off. He took his 2 disciples and walked straight out of Yellowflower Pass. After a long time, Li Jingfu came back to his senses. He pinched his cheeks and laughed foolishly. Prince Liang talked to me? Li Hosher, who always felt that the older the child got, the more difficult it would be to talk to him. He laughed softly and said, silly boy. Li Jingfu happily walked toward the UG general's residence. Li Hosher silently followed behind him. Looking at his son's still slender figure, he felt somewhat proud. Li Jingfu suddenly turned his head and asked, Father, do you want to go to the Jade Wall restaurant to drink? Li Hosher was taken aback, then said, I can still drink a caddy of 8 taels. Li Jingfu grinned and said, Then I'll treat you to a drink. Li Hosher was confused. Li Jingfu blinked and walked next to Li Hosher. He said quietly, This year, I went out of the city for a walk and saw a girl. Her father is the shopkeeper of the Jade Wall restaurant. Every time I am tired from studying, I will go there. Just looking at her and not thinking about anything else, I feel refreshed. Li Hosher roared with laughter. The corners of Li Jingfu's mouth curled up slightly. He purposely said bitterly, But that girl likes a street wanderer who is not in the pass right now. Li Hosher rubbed his young son's head, not knowing how to comfort him. Li Jingfu looked up and said with a smile, Father, I want to learn from Zhao Chongling and Li Yishan, the 2 Bailiang strategists. In the future, when I am successful, I will give Prince Liang advice and strategize from thousands of miles away. Li Hosher made a sound of acknowledgement. The father and son walked together to the restaurant 2 streets away. Li Hosher said softly, Since you have a girl you like in your heart, and you also have ambitions, your grandfather won't let you drink, but your father will let you drink. 2 hours later, the commandant of Yellowflower Pass, Li Hosher, walked out of the restaurant with his drunk young son on his back. The rough man had a warm expression. As he walked, the commandant's gaze gradually became determined. If he wanted to study, he should study. But there was one thing that the vassal king had said. Bailiang had 300,000 cavalry. Only if everyone, including Li Hosher, lost their heads would it be the people's turn. Didn't the Baimeng claim to have 1,000,000 people controlling the strings? Even if they took down Bailiang, would there be tens of thousands left? The youth on his back murmured drunkenly, Father, I will study hard and become a Confucian saint. I will not be afraid of walking the narrow path, but will pave a bright path for the people of the world. Li Hosher smiled and said, You are so reasonable even when drunk. You are better than father. Chapter 1141. Since the first year of Xiangfu, the night curfew in Liangzhou city had become extremely strict. However, when Su Fengnian arrived at the city gate, there was already a group of elite spies waiting for him. The gate slowly opened, and Wang Sheng could clearly see the faces of the armored soldiers under the light of the city gate. Regardless of whether they had experienced the vicissitudes of life or immaturity, they were all brimming with a contradictory aura that made her feel unfamiliar. They were hot because of reverence, and cold because of bravery. The simple-minded Lu Yunzhang did not feel much, but he keenly felt that these armored soldiers were taller and stronger than the light cavalry soldiers he had encountered along the way. They were also more dangerous. In comparison, one was like a noisy chicken or duck waiting for its owner to feed it every day, while the other was like a wild dog digging for its own food in the wilderness. It did not like to bark, but it could really bite people to death. For this pair of extremely lucky young men and women, the title of King of Bailiang was too far out of their reach. It was far less approachable than the tranquil demeanor of their immortal master. However, Lu Yunzhang soon had the most direct impression. When the young man saw the two jade stone lions as tall as two people at the gate of the king's mansion on Mount Qingliang, he was extremely shocked. He quickly trotted under one of the lions and reached out to touch the cool and huge lion claws. He clicked his tongue in wonder and chattered endlessly. One moment he said that it was too damn imposing and that no family in the martial emperor city had such a facade. Another moment, he speculated about how much money it would fetch if he stole it and sold it. The king of Bailiang returned home after a long journey, but there was not much movement in the mansion. A middle-aged housekeeper came out to symbolically lead the way into the mansion. The housekeeper walked behind Su Fengnian and whispered to him. The two bumpkins, Wang Sheng and Lu Yunzhang, stared with their eyes wide open. It was too much for their eyes to take in. The two children stared at each other for a long time, and did not show any signs of stopping. Only then did they reluctantly blink their sore eyes. They looked at each other and smiled, seeing each other's uneasiness. The two children, who were always at loggerheads with each other, finally had some tacit understanding. Lu Yunzhang felt as though he had walked into a fairyland. The sisters were all like immortal sisters who had walked out from the murals of temples. Their clothes were extravagant, and their auras were indescribable to an uneducated youth. Any one of them could easily beat Xiao Mei, who liked to put on thick rouge in the neighboring alley of the martial emperor city, by more than 18 streets. Lu Yunzhang was at the back of the group. He even turned his head to look at a young woman in a distant corridor. Her figure was graceful, and even from afar, one would find it hard to shift their eyes away from her. She walked leisurely under a large white lantern. When she suddenly turned her head, her eyes happened to meet his. She gave him a sweet smile that nearly hooked Lu Yunzhang's soul away. Lu Yunzhang retracted his gaze and shook his head. He smiled embarrassedly, thinking that this sister was really charming. Wang Sheng, who was walking slightly in front, suddenly had her vision open up. She stopped in her tracks. Even when Lu Yunzhang bumped into her from behind, she did not take a step forward. Lu Yunzhang turned his body sideways, his mind swaying. Right in front of them was the famous Tidehark Lake. The two new disciples of Su Fengnian had completely different reactions when they saw Tidehark Lake. The lofty and ambitious Lu Yunzhang immediately looked up at the pavilion. The Tidehark Pavilion on Tidehark Lake contained tens of thousands of manuals. Just one of them was enough to dominate an area. Lu Yunzhang did not believe it in the past, but after he witnessed his master's artifact controlling skills outside Martial Emperor City, he was convinced. Wang Sheng, on the other hand, lowered her head and gazed into the distance. She looked at the calm surface of the water that was illuminated by the lakeside lanterns. She wanted to know if there really was a heavenly lake koi that weighed 10 jin of gold there. There was a pavilion in the middle of the lake, and in the pavilion stood a skinny shepherd boy who looked lonely and timid. For some reason, Wang Sheng and Lu Yunzhang looked up and down at the same time. They saw the rather unremarkable child who was about 4 or 5 years younger than them. The three children had a tacit understanding as they looked at each other. Su Fengnian had already gotten the housekeeper to do his own things. He looked at the child in the pavilion and smiled. His name is Yu Dilong. He is your eldest senior brother. The corner of Lu Yunzhang's mouth twitched as he flaunted his seniority. What? This child is the senior brother of Wang Mutu and I? Dilong? The name sounds domineering, but he looks so skinny that he doesn't even have a few kilograms of strength. I don't think he can even carry my saber. Wang Sheng said softly. Dilong are earthworms in my hometown. They can be used as medicine. Su Fengnian nodded and said, that is true. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. It was neither tall nor short. Lu Yunzhang was a little surprised. It was actually a guy in a wheelchair. However, not only Lu Yunzhang, who was good at reading people's expressions, but even Wang Sheng sensed that their immortal master seemed to have bumped into an immortal who was 100 times more powerful than him. He was so nervous that his footsteps were a little out of shape. Lu Yunzhang whispered, "Could it be a peerless expert from Bailiang Palace who never appeared in the world?" Su Fengnian quickly walked to the embankment of the lake and helped push the wooden wheelchair. He pursed his lips and didn't speak. Lu Yunzhang was probably afraid of the young woman in the wheelchair. The youth didn't dare to smile at all. On the contrary, Wang Sheng spontaneously had feelings of intimacy when he saw her. The woman did not open her mouth to speak to Su Fengnian. Instead, she turned her chair and looked at the two children. In the end, her gaze rested on Wang Sheng, who was carrying a case and a sword. She smiled and said, "It's a sword embryo. If your master's mother and I were to see it, we would definitely be very happy." Wang Sheng was shy and didn't know how to answer, but when she felt the kindness of her elder sister, the tall girl could only smile. Her originally rough and vulgar appearance instantly became like the mist of the distant mountains, green mountains and clear waters. Chapter 1142. Lu Yunzhang also didn't treat himself as an outsider. He could see that the woman with a high status didn't have a good impression of him. He didn't dare to draw legs on a snake, so he sneakily ran to the pavilion to find trouble with the little brat. Although the youth was unconvinced of Wang Sheng's senior apprentice brother status, Wang Mutu had the advantage of entering the sect early. Lu Yunzhang was actually bored to death, and only wanted to quarrel with others to vent his anger. He didn't really care about the senior apprentice brother or second junior apprentice brother. The youth knew that as long as his fists were hard enough, his ability was big enough, and his blade was fast enough, these were the most solid principles in the world. But who was the fellow in the pavilion? How could he be ranked ahead of him and Wang Sheng? The moment Lu Yunzhang entered the pavilion, he slammed the great frost saber that was still in its scabbard on the ground. With a black face, he asked in a deep voice, "Earthworm you, do you dare eat my saber?" The little shepherd boy, who had been left alone by Su Yambing after being brought to Mount Qingliang, was still living in a fog. He did not know anything, but he knew one thing. This was the home of the king of Bailiang, and his master was the person whose words carried the most weight in Bailiang. At this moment, he was being questioned by a stranger who was a head taller than him. He was at a loss. Who was Earthworm you calling? Why did he want to eat a saber the moment they met? Lu Yunzhang, who did not like to bully the weak, quickly became dispirited. It turned out that he was just an ignorant little fool. To think that he had even planned to use his trump card, the rolling blade divine technique. Lu Yunzhang said with a straight face, "In the future, I will only call you senior brother in front of master, but every time I call you that, you have to call me big brother in private." Lu Yunzhang quickly added, "And you have to call Wang Mutu second brother. Do you see him? He's that tall and strong guy by the lake. I use a saber, and he uses a sword." Lu Yunzhang said this and asked curiously, "What weapon do you use?" The little shepherd boy had obtained the nickname of Earthworm you and two elder brothers for no reason. He was momentarily stunned. After hearing Lu Yunzhang's question, he glanced enviously at the saber in the youth's hand. He shook his head and said, "I don't have anything." Lu Yunzhang's eyes quickly turned. "Your father is a high-ranking official in Bailiang?" Yu Dilong shook his head vigorously. Lu Yunzhang pressed, "Then, is your father the founder of some pugilistic sect in Bailiang?" After Yu Dilong subconsciously shook his head, he asked in a low voice, "What is the founder?" Lu Yunzhang sat on a bench and slapped his forehead. F***CK, a chicken talking to a duck. To have such a senior brother, he really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck, and made a fool of himself. How am I going to survive in Jianghu in the future? Yu Dilong didn't really talk to anyone in the northern Liang prince's mansion. Although this robust young man looked fierce, Yu Dilong was still a child. He liked to be lively. He carefully sat beside Lu Yunzhang and stared at the large frost saber. He muttered to himself, "You only took one item, but it's as thick as my thigh." I counted the items by the lake. There were 15 items, but each of them was as thin as a pinky finger. "You look more impressive." Lu Yunzhang pretended to be fierce and asked, "What thick thighs and thin pinkies? Are you out of your mind?" Yu Dilong pointed at Lu Yunzhang's frost saber, and said with an aggrieved look, "Isn't there a white gas on your saber? Can't you see it?" Lu Yunchang's face was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. He was shocked and pleasantly surprised. He was shocked that if the child wasn't spouting nonsense, then his eyesight wasn't tacky. He was pleasantly surprised that he had gone further than Wang Mutu on the path of martial arts. Lu Yunzhang suddenly stared at this junior-senior brother, of strange origins, and asked, "What about you? Do you have that kind of qi?" Yu Dilong chuckled and did not say a word. Lu Yunzhang rolled his eyes and said, "So you aren't stupid." Wang Sheng walked into the pavilion and saw that Lu Yunzhang and the shepherd boy had already become friends. He could not help but feel envious and disappointed. Yu Dilong struggled for a long time as he scratched his ears and cheeks. He finally mustered the courage to say, "Junior sister?" He probably felt that it was inappropriate to address an older sister on their first meeting, so he probed, "Why don't I call you senior sister?" Having his identity exposed, Wang Sheng was slightly angered. Sword Qi immediately appeared in the pavilion. Yu Dilong did not seem to notice it as he scratched his head. He did not know what he had done wrong and felt apologetic. Lu Yunzhang exclaimed, "I must be blind with my dog eyes. I was wondering why you, Muta Wang, would wish to run 7 to 8 miles just to pee. So you are just a little woman?" Wang Sheng said angrily, "Since you are blind with your dog eyes, then shut your dog mouth." Lu Yunzhang suddenly stood up. "Muta Wang, don't push your luck. Are you looking for a beating?" Although Yu Dilong was the youngest, he hurriedly tried to mediate. He anxiously said, don't hit. If you really want to hit me." Lu Yunzhang could not help but roll his eyes. "You sure are righteous." Wang Sheng smiled and cupped his fists, "Senior brother." Yu Dilong was at a loss as he could only grin foolishly. By the lake, Su Weisheng retracted his gaze and ignored the 3 children playing in the pavilion. He said with a sigh, "Is this the providence of the pugilistic world you inherited from Wang Xianji?" Su Fingnian nodded and said, "That should be the case. Otherwise, how could you find 3 children with such outstanding talent at once?" Lu Yunzhang has a martial aura, so he was able to obtain the recognition of the Great Frost Saber. Wang Sheng is a natural sword embryo that only appears once in 100 years. As for Lu Long, he obtained 30% of Wang Xianji's legacy. These 3 disciples of mine will probably have a place in the top 10 experts of the pugilistic world in the future. If this were to spread, it would be so good. Even Wang Xianji couldn't do this when she was still alive. Look, not only did I defeat Wang Xianji, even my disciple is more promising than this old fellow. Su Weisheng looked up at his brother and said calmly, "Look at how happy you are. Quickly close your mouth. Be careful not to crack it behind your ears." Su Fingnian squatted beside her and asked nervously, "Sis, aren't you angry? When I went to Wudong Mountain to practice my saber skills, you were unwilling to talk to me when I returned home. Later on, when we went to Beimang, you almost didn't acknowledge me as your brother." Su Weisheng placed his hands on his knees and looked at the calm lake. His eyes were warm and gentle as he said, "Back then, Dad was in charge. You were fooling around. Now you are in charge and shouldering the burden." Su Fingnian acknowledged and rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "Don't worry. I won't have the time to mess around in the pugilistic world. I'm about to make a trip to the border, unlike the previous review. This time, I'm going to call all 14 lieutenants. It can be said that the 50 or so generals who hold real power in Beiliang will all be meeting together." Su Weisheng turned his head and flicked Su Fingnian's head. "You're still showing off." Su Fingnian smiled helplessly and did not refute. Su Weisheng tapped the edge of the chair with one hand and propped up his chin with the other. He smiled brightly and said proudly, "The entire pugilistic world is watching you. In the future, the 2 countries will also have to obey your whims. Regardless of success or failure. How many people can there be in 1,000 years?" Su Fingnian only glanced at the sky. Chapter 1143. In the darkness of the night, Su Fingnian walked alone to the yellow crane tower on Mount Qingliang. The spring festival couplets on a white background were still pasted on the gate of the mansion, and the lanterns in the mansion were all white as snow. After the death of the old man, this solemn mansion was no longer joyous. It was not until the whole of Bailiang learned that the young vassal state had defeated Wang Xianji of the martial emperor city that the atmosphere of Mount Qingliang took a big turn. Many of the thoughts that had been hanging on the tip of their tongues were suddenly put to rest, and the haze that had shrouded Bailiang Palace was swept away. After Su Fengnian entered the mansion, he did not go to the Wutong Inn where he had spent his youth. Instead, he went to Su Zhao's house and sat there for a long time. The two standing clothes racks still held the old-style boa robe of Prince Liang and the modeled general's armor. Outsiders would think that it was reasonable for Su Xiao to care about the latter. After all, Su Xiao, the lone thief, had climbed to the top of the court by virtue of his military exploits. However, few people knew that the butcher actually did not scoff at the vassal state's robe as outsiders mistakenly thought. Su Fengnian was well aware of this. What Su Xiao cared about was not the vassal state's identity as the vassal state's king, but the credit behind it. It was the credit of rebuilding the Zhao dynasty that many powerful officials in the imperial court had deliberately forgotten. At that time, Liang was just a barbarian dynasty in the northern region. Heroes rose together, and the vassal state was divided. Who in the central plains, including De Chu, would treat this guy who had endless internal strife as a formidable opponent? It was precisely because Su Xiao, the troublemaker, went south to Liao that he forcefully helped the late emperor of Liang hold the dynasty in his hands. Without internal strife, he laid the foundation for the subsequent spring and autumn period. This was also the reason why many of the nobles of the Zhao dynasty had a clear distinction between their love and hate for Su Xiao. Most of the older members of the imperial family who were close to the late emperor were in the dark currents of the imperial court after the world was settled. Even if they did not speak up for Su Xiao, at the very least, they would not hit him when he was down. However, most of the older members of the imperial family had suffered major and minor injuries on the battlefield, so they died earlier than some of the clan relatives who were lying down and enjoying life. Moreover, most of their descendants did not get along well with the current emperor and the ruling Bai Yan, so they could not stand out. In addition, there were long-standing and serious disagreements within the imperial family. This group of nominal descendants could be said to be struggling at death's door. As a result, they did not have a share in this southern expedition to West Chu. Most of it was another group of young nobles who swaggered south with a few old generals to seize the credit. In any case, their parents and ancestors had relied on this kind of trick to climb up. This was probably the origin of their family's knowledge. Practice makes perfect. Su Fengnian walked slowly on the mountain path, and then stopped halfway up the mountain to look at Liangzhou. The lights in Liangzhou were dim. One part of the city was extinguished, while other parts of the city were lit up. It was peaceful and serene. Su Fengnian turned and continued to climb the mountain. In the days he had been rushing back to Bailiang, the Whispering Room had been sending him concise intelligence reports. Other than Lu Xingxiang, who had failed to seize power but still held the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, stationed at Yulu Pass, there was also a vast group led by Yang Shenxing and Yan Jinchuan, who had meritorious service during the spring and autumn period. They had formed 3 alls with Yulu Pass, pointing directly at West Chu. They had coordinated with the various vassals of Jingnan, and the crown princes of vassals like Zhao Zhu, forming a seemingly watertight encirclement around West Chu. Su Fengnian smiled coldly. Other than the trick of killing the rooster as a warning to the monkeys, how could the Zhao family not have the filthy idea of bringing trouble to the king of Yanqi? On the eastern front, there was the king of Guangling, Zhao Yi. On the western front there was the king of Huainan, Zhao Ying, and the king of Jing and Zhao Sun. Even if they ate these two, the West Chu could not take advantage of the situation and head west. In the northwest of the dynasty, there was the Bailiang cavalry. In the west, there was the old western Shu, where Chen Jibao was a vassal. Since ancient times, the road to Shu was as difficult as ascending to the blue sky. In the south, there was the king of Yanqi Zhaobing. This was the second, more hidden and tighter encirclement. However, in the south there was only the sloppy Zhao Zhu, who led a small number of cavalry. Moreover, the south was especially vast. Under the premise that the West Chu could not go north, they could only spread south to have a chance of survival. Among the vassal kings, the one with real military power, Zhao Yi, was the brother of the current emperor. He was in Guangling, so there was no need for the one sitting on the dragon throne to scheme too much. Bailiang had Beimeng to the north and Western Shu to the south. It was equivalent to being suppressed. In the end, only Zhao Bing was left to be dealt with. In the past, there was Su Xiao to take the blame, so the court naturally prioritized Bailiang. Now that Su Xiao had left, it was naturally Zhao Bing, who was high up in the sky and far away from the emperor. In addition, a new secret letter from Tai and City said that after Zhang Jilu's opinion was rejected, he settled for the next best thing. He proposed a new strategy of using West Chu to train the troops and take back military power. Almost even Gu Jiantang, who had voluntarily abandoned Gu Lu, was ruthlessly tricked. As long as there was a sign of resistance to the restrictions of the court's Ministry of War, they were all openly and covertly sent to the periphery of West Chu. Once the battle reached a stalemate, they would immediately enter the battlefield. Thousands of deaths were counted. Gu Lu, who had taught all over the world, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. Swaying in the wind and rain, Gu Lu was already on the verge of collapse. Zhang Jilu clearly still did not want to let it go. If Gu Jiantang was still in the capital and personally presiding over the court's military affairs in the Ministry of War, perhaps there would be some countermeasures to this decree. However, Gu Jiantang already held the title of pillar of the country and led the military affairs of the northern land. Zhang Jilu, intentionally or otherwise, dug a hole for the only remaining general of the four great generals of the spring and autumn period. He spoke up for him in the court and said with certainty that only Gu Jiantang personally led the troops down south could pacify the rebels in West Chu. He practically elevated the old Minister of War to the lofty position of one person in charge of a country. In this way, Gu Jiantang, who had suffered an unexpected calamity, was already bold if he did not submit a secret memorial to ask for forgiveness. How would he dare to plead for leniency for the descendants of Gu Lu? This was also Bai Yan Er's consistent overt scheme. From beginning to end, it was for the sake of the country and the people, without the slightest bit of selfishness. Zhang Jilu's balancing technique was pervasive. He cut off the struggles between civil and military officials, the early struggles between the foreign relatives and internal officials, the revived struggles between various factions, and even the struggles between factions of friends. Bai Yan had always remained calm and collected, taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. If Wang Xianji could be said to be undefeated in martial arts, then Zhang Jilu could be said to be even more shrewd and ruthless, undefeated in literature. For example, the Ministry of Personnel, the head of the 6 ministries, had been tossed back and forth between Yu Lian and Zhao Yuling, who had betrayed Zhang Jilu several times. Looking at the flowers in the fog outside the palace hall looked like child's play, but inside, it was nothing more than a matter of Zhang Jilu's word. Under his watch, whoever did something that crossed the line would have to obediently pack up and get lost. If one were to say that Zhao Yuling was Bai Yan'er's disciple, he was naturally lacking in confidence, but one must know that the old head of the Yu family in Jiangxin, Yu Jiankong, who was Yu Lian's father, was a big shot of the same school as Zhang Jilu's benevolent teacher and West Chu's son Shiji's teacher. He was a master who evaluated the ranking of the clans under heaven, and was also the instigator of Hong Jia's escape to the north. The old fellow only needed to play down the word up, and the clan would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. If the word down, it would mean that the entire clan would fall into the dust together. The entire group of Jiangnan scholars, including Lu Daolin and Lu Baijie, including the Lu family, as well as the dragon general Su Gong of the Guma Su family, all had to follow this person's lead. But after so many years, Zhang Jilu still did not give the old man the slightest bit of face. Su Fengnian unwittingly walked to the top of the mountain. There were stone tables and stone stools downstairs, and then he saw an unexpected fellow. He borrowed the white fox's face from the spring thunder embroidered winter, but he did not say anything after that. Su Fengnian sat opposite him. There was a large pile of green ant wine jugs on the table, and there were even 2 wine cups. It was obvious that he was waiting for him. White Fox's face was slightly sarcastic. First pin 4 realms. You've collected all 4 false realms. It's definitely unprecedented. This is even more admirable than you killing Wang Xianji. Su Fengnian laughed. It's worth it to be able to make you admire me. White Fox's face poured him a cup of wine for the first time. He pushed the wine cup forward and asked, "Have you ever thought that when Huang Longsher stirred up the Jianghu in the end, he used Han Xingxian and you to end it? Why don't you count the number of first pin masters who died in the hands of Catman and you? Don't add up to 20? How many first pin masters can there be in any generation of Jianghu for 100 years? At most, there should only be this number, right?" Su Fingnian raised his wine cup and laughed at himself. He then finished it in one gulp. When he reached out to ask for more wine, he shook his head and said, "I really didn't think about this." White Fox's face threw him a wine jug and said, "I promised Mr. Li that I would help you once. You killed Wang Xianji, who was on my enemy's list. This means that I, Nangong Puji, owe you twice. But I'll say this first. After I finish reading on the last floor of Tide Listening Pavilion, I'll go to Beimeng first. If I can come back alive, this promise will only be valid." Su Fingnian asked, "Are you looking for trouble with Tuoba Bodhisattva?" White Fox's face nodded. Su Fingnian lamented, "Wang Xianji and Tuoba Bodhisattva. How much hatred do they have? You're just a woman." White Fox's face was cold as she interrupted, "I'm a man." Su Fingnian dismissed it with a laugh. It was unreasonable to reason with a woman. However, White Fox's face was probably really treating him as a man. Or maybe he was really a man, just like the androgynous Morong Tonghuang who had fled to Beimeng? White Fox's face lifted his head and drank a big gulp of wine. He joked, "If you were a woman, I would really marry you." Su Fingnian was speechless. White Fox's face suddenly said, "When I was practicing martial arts, I always felt that there were endless masters to kill and heads to cut off. But now that I'm climbing higher and higher, you've taken the lead. I realize that killing here and there is no meaning. In the end, do I have to fight you to the death to live up to this life?" Su Fingnian choked on a mouthful of wine and said angrily, "Can't you have a conscience?" White Fox's face held the wine jug to half of his face and asked with a playful smile, "Are you trying to say that a woman's heart is the most vicious?" Chapter 1144. It was probably Su Fingnian's first time traveling in Jianghu. The only real master he had met was right in front of him. He still had a shadow in his heart. Even though everyone in the world could fight, he still could not help but feel scared. Glancing at White Fox's chest, Su Fingnian thought to himself that with his keen eyes that had been trained by his travels, even if the woman was deliberately hiding her amorous feelings, she would not be able to escape from the scene of prosperity and peace. Would she? White Fox smiled and said, "Do you want to die?" Su Fingnian said calmly, "I'm not scared. Even if I don't have the body of Gao Shulu and have lost most of my spirit, it won't be easy for you to kill me." White Fox raised her eyebrows and said, "Oh, you're really promising." Su Fingnian suddenly leaped back 30 to 40 feet with the wine pot in his hand. Flustered and exasperated, he cursed, "White Fox face, you really turned hostile just like that." White Fox squinted her eyes, full of murderous intent. Su Fingnian sighed and waved his hand at the top of the mountain. Wang Sheng ran over with a blushing face. He still looked like an honest man with a sword case and a famous sword. He lowered his head and explained, "Master, I couldn't sleep so I walked here." Su Fingnian made a sound of acknowledgement. He turned his head to look at White Fox's face and asked, "Approximately when will you leave for Northern Mang?" White Fox said calmly, "At least 3 months, at most half a year." Su Fingnian smiled and said, "Then bring my second disciple Wang Sheng." White Fox nodded and did not refuse. After getting the answer, Su Fingnian said softly, "Go to bed early after you go down the mountain." The tall, dark-skinned girl turned and left silently. White Fox looked at Su Fingnian, who returned to his seat and asked with a frown, "You're willing to leave such a good unpolished gem to me?" Su Fingnian shook his head and said, "Staying by my side won't make any progress. If one's martial arts cultivation is not tempered enough, it will be wasted. If one doesn't walk back and forth from the gates of hell a few times, no matter how talented one is, it will be useless." White Fox was still staring at Su Fingnian. Su Fingnian said awkwardly, "You can probably tell that this girl can either learn from you and become an imposing man, or she can only stay in Bailiang and not adapt to the environment there. She can only be considered a graceful woman with an orchid aura. It's fine if it's an ordinary girl, but this doesn't match Wang Sheng's temperament." Actually, among the 3 disciples, I am the most selfish towards her, and have the highest hopes for her. However, she couldn't say such things out loud. Once she did, the pressure on her, who was far more meticulous than Lu Yunzhang, would be even greater. She might even collapse. When Wang Sheng followed you through northern Liang and arrived at northern Mang, he was able to borrow the vigorous wind and masculine energy unique to the frontier fortress to concentrate all of his energy in one go. This is much more direct and effective than any verbal instruction or reading through secret manuals. Su Fengnian swirled his wine glass and smiled. Of the 3 disciples, I will take Lu Yuanlong with me, otherwise I won't be at ease. Lu Yunzhang will be thrown to the fish dragon gang for a period of time, and then thrown to the border. As for Wang Sheng, she will go with you. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at a place further north than Beiliang and said softly, Beimang. I have been there and know that the sky is high and the ground is broad. Moreover, there is a person who practiced swordsmanship there. White Fox looked at the man who was less than 30 years old. He walked the Jianghu with a saber in hand. After all, it was just for revenge. What was the purpose of drinking the horse in the north? Su Fengnian patted his forehead and ran down the mountain. White Fox looked at him with disdain. What else could this guy be doing down the mountain in such a hurry? Wutong'an was full of women. Su Fengnian did go to Wutong'an, but he didn't have any obscene thoughts. The 2 future concubines of Mount Qingliang, Wang Chudong, who was only second to his second sister, went to give lectures at an academy in Liangzhou. Lu Qingyan was burdened by her troublesome family and had to work hard. She could only stay in Wutong'an to accumulate merits for the Lu family's disciples. It was a bit like making up for her mistakes. Even Su Weisheng had mentioned that Su Fengnian must go to the courtyard to see his poor sister-in-law, who was not well received by her in-laws. Su Fengnian walked into the elegant and quiet courtyard where the lights never went out at night. He felt a little sad and thought of the exquisite maids, Green Ant, and the others. They had no choice but to live in a different Jianghu. They were not young and vigorous at all. From the beginning to the end, there were only cold schemes and betrayals. Su Fengnian didn't rush into the house. He looked around the familiar courtyard where the lights were as bright as day and the smiles of those young women lingered. He wondered if they were really happy when they played here year after year. Tonight Lu Qingyan and a 3rd-rank maid, Xian Ge, were on duty. The 3 tables were piled up like a mountain. Xian Ge grew up in Wutong'an since she was young, so Su Fengnian was very familiar with her. At this moment, she was concentrating on holding a sharp stone badger pen. The pen was heavy with ink, but the ink was evenly spat out evenly. It was easy to write for a long time, and it had always been Xian Ji's favorite pen. Probably because she was hesitant about something, she didn't dare to write for a long time. The tip of the pen dipped in ink had already drawn ink stains of different shades on her face. She was completely unaware, like a cat with a dirty face. Other than Xian Ge, there was another fresh face. Su Fengnian knew that she was a young girl that second sister had carefully selected. Her name was Jun Qiu, and she could be considered a newcomer in Wutong'an. The secret files in her hands were somewhat cruder than the senior Xian Ji's. She was originally using her 5 fingers to hold her other wrist and gently turned it. Very quickly, she saw the figure of the king of Beiliang and jumped in shock. She was about to spring up and solemnly pay her respects. Xian Ge also came back to her senses. Su Fengnian made a gesture to them to keep quiet, and quietly walked to the innermost table. He saw the young woman who was more unfamiliar than familiar leaning over the table and sleeping. Her slender shoulders and light snoring sounds indicated that she was exhausted. Su Fengnian gently moved a chair over and sat beside her. He looked at the piles of official documents that had been neatly placed after being signed, and then carefully sorted out. Her arms were pressed against a document that had not yet been written. Su Fengnian lowered his head to look. It was an official document from Liuzhou. It talked about the large change of personnel that was currently being carried out in secret. Batch after batch of refugees were being moved into the prosperous Lingzhou in an orderly manner. Then, the foreign scholars who did not have a seat in the Liuzhou officialdom would be moved into Liuzhou to become officials and officials. Su Fengnian pulled back his gaze and seriously sized up this Qingzhou woman that he had always been distant from. She wore a small flowery brocade dress that was like when in Rome. It was far from the layers of soft and tender clothing of Jiangnan women. The temperature difference between day and night in Bailiang was extremely large. There was a light green overcoat that was used to keep out the cold hanging on the back of the chair. It was probably because she had slept in a hurry that she forgot to put it on. Thus, when she slept, she unconsciously hugged her arms tightly. Most likely, she did not sleep well. Su Fingnian sighed. He carefully took out the overcoat and covered her with it. Of course, Su Fingnian knew that this was the woman from the Lu family that even Lu Feiqi, who was the pillar of the country, adored and admired from the bottom of his heart. Lu Qingyan was very smart. It was because of her intelligence that she could feel that the Su family, from Su Xiao to Su Weisheng, as well as her husband, favored Wang Chudong more than her. However, such a woman who had never shown any grievances or hidden bitterness had even pulled out a sword to kill people outside the new Lu family ancestral hall. Not only the old and young of the Lu family, but even her father would probably be dissatisfied. Although it was inevitable that a married daughter would be like spilled water, her elbows were too biased towards the Su family. She actually did not let the Lu family, her maiden family, gain any advantage. Anyone would inevitably criticize her silently. Then why did she, Lu Qingyan, marry into the Su family? The Lu family had gone through untold hardships and came to this poor place to settle down. Shouldn't they enjoy some good fortune and bask in some glory? Su Fingnian sat next to Lu Qingyan and began to personally annotate the official documents. During this time, the third-rank maid, Xiange, tiptoed over and whispered that Miss Lu wanted her to wake her up in half an hour. Su Fingnian waved his hand. In the dead of night, only the tip of the brush could be heard as it brushed across the Xian paper. The new maid, Junqiu, would occasionally pluck up her courage and turn her head to sneak a peek at the extremely wealthy young man. When the sky outside the window turned white, Su Fingnian finished annotating all the official documents and quietly walked out of Wutangen. Junqiu did not feel sleepy the entire night. Every time she peeked, she could not see how this elegant young vassal king could kill that martial emperor city's city lord. That was an old monster who had lived for 100 years. Xiange, who had not dared to make a sound, took a pile of waste paper and threw it at the ignorant maid. The latter playfully stuck out her tongue. When Lu Qingyan woke up in a daze, Su Fingnian had already left the city and rushed to the border. She only saw that the mountain of documents on the table had been emptied. ####. There are two things. First, there will be an event hosted by Baidu's official Tieba forum in the evening. It will be held from 8 to 10. Those who have time can participate. Second, I haven't asked for votes in a long time. I definitely have more than half a year. Snow will probably be finished in 3 to 4 months. I also hope to update more in these few months. Of course, the first prerequisite is that I have to update more in June. Therefore, I plan to give it a try. In June, I hope that those who have a monthly red ticket can support me. It seems that next month is the second anniversary of Snow. I still haven't become a eunuch. I'm actually finishing the chapter. Snow is almost 2.5 million words. I don't have an update target for the entire month in June. I'll try to be a monk for a day and strike the bell for a day. As for you guys, you don't act until you see the hair. You can choose to start voting after I guarantee that I'll update at least one chapter. However, after 12 o'clock tonight on the 1st of June, I still hope to get off to a good start. In addition to the guaranteed chapter, I'll update at least 1,000 words for every 100 monthly votes. The upper limit is the guaranteed chapter. I can guarantee that I'll update at least 10,000 words. At the end of the first, I'll give you another update target for the 2nd of June. If I only update at least one chapter, I won't ask you for monthly votes. When the time comes, you can keep it to yourselves. You can vote when I'm sure that I'll update more. If I promise to update that day, I won't update that day or even the next day. Please kill me. June, the votes are coming. Chapter 1145. In an elegant house in the forest, two old men sat opposite each other and ate crabs. The older man had snow-white hair, and a lazy white cat sat on the corner of the table beside him. The autumn wind made crabs itch, but it was still 20 years away from the best time to eat crabs. However, as the capital of Liang City, Great Peace City received countless tributes. Gluttons with backgrounds and connections naturally had their own ways. Fun Spring Lake in Yangzhou produced purple-whiskered yellow crabs. Because the Taoist ancestral court, Dragon Tiger Mountain, had many noble people, someone gave it the nickname Dragon Tiger Crab, which had been used to this day. Compared to other lake and river crabs, this kind of crab matured 20 years earlier. It was only autumn, but the female crabs were already yellow and full of meat. The snow-white old man had a kind face. There were porcelain plates on the table with 8 delicately made crabs. The old man was very particular about eating crabs. From time to time he would pick up a piece of ginger and put it into his mouth to get rid of the crab chill. There was also a pretty maidservant carrying a plate with a bunch of chrysanthemums that were picked from somewhere to wipe his hands and get rid of the smell. This old man ate the crabs in an orderly manner. He was clearly an old glutton who knew how to eat crabs. The person opposite him was not young either. Compared to the old man who raised the precious snowy lionette, he was still half a generation younger. When he ate the crabs, he obviously had to wolf them down. He ate sloppily and did not have the trivial crabs. He ate until his 10 fingers were golden and greasy. He did not forget to put them into his mouth and lick them off. Seeing this, the maidservant of the white-browed old man felt her scalp tingle. However, she did not dare to show any disdain. One had to know that this old man was the world-famous Tantanon, the head official of the Liang dynasty's Munxia province. If he did not change sides at the last minute, no one in the imperial court would dare to confront Grand Secretary Zhang Jilu. However, the old man that she had carefully served for several years was not an ordinary person. He was the ancestor of the Yu family in Jiang Xian, Yu Jiankong. Strictly speaking, even Tantanon should call him martial uncle. The maidservant felt somewhat helpless in her heart. The old ancestor had originally invited Sword Immortal Tang Shi to this banquet to put in a few good words. Unexpectedly, the Minister of War Liu Baijie was temporarily tied up with military affairs, and old Master Huan was unwilling to wait. The Yu clan's old ancestor also couldn't say anything. Yu Jiankong was precisely the dignified old man who was able to force Taoist nun Huangguan to throw herself at Baoyang's heir apparent in the mountains behind Gangnamdu's Baogua Temple. It was also precisely because of him that Sword Immortal Tang Shi, a junior, was able to enter the capital and become an official, allowing Linlong's Liu clan to have its current flourishing atmosphere. After the old man finishes eating the crab, he rinses his mouth and wipes his hands. He exhales softly, and the servant girl who has taught him cleverly leaves. Yu Jiankong reached out to pet the white cat's head. He looked at Tantanon, who was casually wiping the grease on his clothes. He laughed softly and said, "Sir Poosh, when do you have time to go to Jiangnan? Let this old man do his duty as a host." Tantanon smiled and said, "Elder Yu, our relationship hasn't reached that point yet, so let's not blindly exchange pleasantries. To tell the truth, there are still a few old debts that haven't been settled yet. However, no matter how I calculate them, they're all muddled up. I, Huanwen, have been able to deceive myself these past few years, but Elder Yu shouldn't continue to deceive others." Yu Jiankong deeply looked at Tantanon, whom he hadn't seen for over 20 years. He suppressed the gloomy feeling in his heart, like a small lotus that had just revealed its tip, and said self-mockingly, "Back then, this old man truly underestimated you and broke up a pair of mandarin ducks. This is also one of this old man's greatest regrets." Huanwen shook his arm and got straight to the point. "Don't worry. Elder Yu is Elder Yu, Yu Lian is Yu Lian, and Liu Baijie is even more so Liu Baijie. I, Huanwen, am not so petty as to take my anger out on others. It's just that Huanwen can't become the Minister of Personnel, who has entered the palace 3 times. He can't compete with Zhang Lu's disciple Zhao Yuling. I, Huanwen, am indeed one of the obstacles, but it's not because of personal grudges. It's just that Yu Lian, this wooden pillar, can't support the Ministry of Personnel. If it were a yamen like the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of Works, Huanwen could still turn a blind eye to it. However, if he wants to take control of the Ministry of Personnel, which is about to be raised in rank, then he, Yu Lian, will have to pray that thick smoke will rise from his ancestors' graves." The elderly head of the Yu family, who had been indirectly scolded, smiled. He didn't get angry, and it wasn't that he was deliberately concealing his anger. It was just that the old man with snow-white eyebrows really wasn't angry. Huanwen continued bluntly, The Ministry of War was incompetent and made the Guangling Road a mess, giving Chao Chongqing an opportunity to easily wipe them out. I, Huanwen, have a bit of resentment in my heart. If I don't scold the Minister of War Liu Baijie, who else can I scold? If you want to blame someone, blame him for sitting in that position. If it were Gu Jiantang or Chen Jibao, I'd scold them all the same. Of course, Liu Baijie hasn't been an assistant minister for long, and he hasn't even warmed up from the position of minister yet. He's been scolded quite wrongly this time. Even Yu Jiankong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "You don't just scold people with your mouth. You also hit people." Right now, the entire world knows that sword immortal Tongxi was almost kicked in the chest by you, Lord Push. Huanwen slapped the table and said angrily, "I'm just a bag of old bones, and I almost sprained my ankle. Who am I supposed to judge?" Yu Jiankong sighed. He didn't plan on tangling with this scoundrel over this matter. Everyone in the court knew that it wasn't important whether or not Tantanon kicked Minister Liu. What was important was that the left push of the provincial governor was furious at the newly appointed Ministry of War. This would affect the entire situation. Even if Liu Baijie was highly regarded by the emperor, if he gave off a terrible impression of being hated by Tantanon, then Liu Baijie's ambitions would be hindered in many ways. Even if he could succeed, it would be greatly reduced. The hearts of the people in the Ministry of War were already wavering, and the Ministry of Appointments, which had been suppressed for a long time, showed signs of rising again. As the new leader of the Jiangnan scholar group, Liu Baijie, who had a clear reputation, originally even had hopes of reaching greater heights and not being constrained by the Ministry of War. In the end, he was kicked by Huanwen, and everything changed. Among the Jiangnan scholars, there was Yu Jiankong, who had once been evaluated, but weren't there just a few old fellows hiding behind the scenes in Jiangnan? Yu Jiankong could pick up and let go. He asked, "Then what about Su Gong?" Huanwen glanced at Yu Jiankong and said unhappily, "I'm not a green-eyed child. It's not difficult for me to hinder someone's future, but I can't and don't want to do the work of promoting someone else. Elder Yu has picked up the wrong pig head and entered the wrong temple. Besides, with Elder Yu's decades of friendship, it doesn't seem like he needs to burn incense to anyone." In the past, the Gumusu family was propped up by two pillars. The outstanding dragon general Su Gong was outside, and Su Shufei was inside. Unfortunately, because the latter was Su Zhao's eldest daughter, she was caught by the empress and thrown into the cold palace. She probably wouldn't be able to see the light of day for the rest of her life. When she went to Chongqing Palace, not only did the Gumusu family suffer a great blow, the entire Jiangnan scholar group was seriously affected. Aristocratic families were bound together for good or ill. This had been the case since ancient times. At the time, Su Shufei had just fallen out of favor. Very quickly, a few famous Jiangnan officials with bright futures were forced back to their original positions by Zhao Yiling's Ministry of Appointments. In officialdom, laughing at others and being laughed at often happened in a single night. There was no such thing as 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. If it wasn't for Liu Baijie's meteoric rise in Great Peace City, the scholars in Jiangnan would have had an even harder time. Disregarding everything else, the day Liu Baijie was promoted to Minister of War, the number of people in the guild halls in the various provinces of Jiangnan doubled. Later, after Tantanon scolded the Ministry of War, another 30% of them silently left. Yu Jiankong gently stroked the white cat's back. He shook his head and sighed. The difference between being in the palace and not being in it is like the difference between heaven and earth. Inside, if you ask someone to do something, they should be deeply grateful. Outside, asking someone to do something isn't very effective. Yu Jiankong used the pretense of interceding for Liu Baijie, but in reality, he was plotting for Su Gong's future. Because the two old men were very clear about the situation, Liu Baijie's temporary rise and fall on the stage couldn't stop the trend of this favored person. However, Dragon General Su Gong was different. The court already had an undercurrent that suppressed generals. The Ministry of Appointments promoted him higher than the Ministry of War. Gu Jiantang was confined to the northern border by a gaudy title of Pillar of the Country. Why were Yang Shenxing, Yan Zhenchuan, and the other military veterans in such a hurry to go down south? Wasn't it because they could see that there wouldn't be such a shop after this village? They were all trying to accumulate as much merit as possible for their descendants. If Su Gong missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it would be even harder for him to stand out in the future. In the entire spring and autumn period, there was only Su Xiao the butcher who could create his own momentum. Gu Jiantang could only be considered half a person. As for the others, even someone as ambitious and ruthless as Lu Xingxiang, no matter how talented they were, was just borrowing power. Chapter 1146. Huan Wen hesitated and didn't say anything. Yu Jiankong was stunned. This fellow had never been one to drag his feet. Yet he was actually hesitating about something? The old ancestor's expression immediately turned serious. Huan Wen suddenly asked an inexplicable and unrelated question. Elder Yu, how many years do you have left to live? How about 15 years? Yu Jiankong couldn't grasp the mystery, and could only tell the truth. He smiled and said, I don't dare to think too much about 15 years, but I definitely won't be able to lie down in a coffin within 10 years. Huan Wen nodded and said in a deep voice, All right. Then I, Huan Wen, will make an exception and help Su Gong say a few words. Within 3 years, I will definitely make him a general with real power. To be honest, if we follow the way you Jiangnan scholars operate, Su Gong won't be able to get promoted. Only death awaits him. As repayment, Yu Jiankong will have to write 2 words for someone before you die. Yu Jiankong frowned, and was somewhat puzzled. Huan Wen used his finger to write 2 words on the table, then stood up and left. Yu Jiankong looked at the empty table without any words and didn't send Tantanon off. After a long silence, he sighed and said, By Yenna or with such a good friend, what is there to be afraid of in death? The Beimang Empress was far more open-minded than any man in the world. She allowed the Southern Dynasty to form its own imperial court. The Southern Dynasty had 6 ministries, but didn't have the 2 provinces of the Hall of Secretaries. However, there was an additional king of the Southern Courtyard. However, the minister of the 6 ministries was still 1 rank lower than the North Court. The king of the Southern Courtyard, Huang Songpu, had a declining status in Beimang, especially after his trusted aide, Hongguan, was buried at the Gentleman's Pavilion on the border. This dealt a heavy blow to Huang Songpu, who was born from a small noble family in Beiqian. The general Lu Gui, who was born as a commoner, and Yang Yuanzan, who had joined the army, didn't take advantage of this situation to wantonly encroach on Huang Songpu's power and territory. Ever since the Longxiang army crushed the front line of the tiled Gentleman's Pavilion to pieces, many of the first-class noble families had become much more restrained. The old people who had dared to criticize the 3 generals felt the oppressive atmosphere before a storm. They no longer spoke carelessly about how they didn't even need 100,000 soldiers to overturn Beiliang. The Southern Dynasty had profited from the disaster. A rare harmonious atmosphere had appeared in the Southern Dynasty. Dongzhu's increasing power, and almost irresistible external forces had risen. Hong Jingyan had obtained all of the Ruran cavalry. The confrontation between the 2 in the Southern Dynasty's imperial court had, to a large extent, diverted some of the old contradictions from before. The king of the Southern Courtyard, Huang Songpu, was increasingly unable to command the 400,000-strong army of the Southern Dynasty. Both inside and outside the imperial court were well aware of this. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. As long as the 2 generals, Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzan, didn't fall out with Huang Songpu, no one dared to challenge him face to face. Except for that damned fatty. At this very moment, Dong Dong, who had even more military power, had nearly 100,000 men and horses under his command, and all of them were elite soldiers. This Dong Dong, who had an extremely bad relationship with people in the imperial court, was cursing loudly. He was practically pointing at Huang Songpu's nose and spitting saliva. Old man Huang, have you been blinded by lard? Are you thinking of fighting Beiliang to decide the outcome of the battle? Let me ask you, how did that Hongguan, who should have been dragged out and whipped, die? He had the advantage in numbers and geography, but didn't he still lose to the Longxiang army, which had temporarily switched from heavy cavalry to light cavalry? Let me make a bet with you. If you do this, let alone flatten Beiliang, His Imperial Majesty's tent might even be raided by the Su family's cavalry. You damned old man, are you blind? After great ancestor Gu passed away, the great defensive line in Bailiang, which used 14 passes as key nodes, became a quagmire. They were determined to stay at the second line of defense with you, slowly flirting with us. If the 400,000-strong army pounces on us, Bailiang can afford it. But can we? Do you really think that the Su family's cavalry on the other side won't intercept us and allow us to freely transport the provisions? The more Fatty Dong spoke, the more unscrupulous he became. The white-haired Huang Songpu remained expressionless, too lazy to wipe off the fatty's saliva. For the first time, Yang Yuanzhan and Lu Gui didn't stop Dongzhua's unruly behavior. While Dongzhua took a break to catch his breath, Huang Songpu calmly asked, "Are you done scolding?" Dongzhua bent over and hurriedly raised his arm. "Wait a little longer." Many of the old officials in the imperial court, who were used to seeing strange things, rolled their eyes. Some of the young nobles were more or less shocked. Huang Songpu really didn't say anything. Dongzhua moved his mouth, as if he was trying to produce some saliva, so that he could scold more efficiently. Dongzhua straightened his back, and was about to scold Huang Songpu to wake up this muddle-headed old man. At the entrance of the main hall, several tall men with profound authority walked in. They weren't too old, but their official titles couldn't be any bigger. Most of them were important officials of Beimang who lived in the Southern Dynasty, but could completely ignore this imperial court. The abbot. As for the others, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in northern Mang, but their statuses were even more transcendent. Dongzhua felt the strange atmosphere around him. He turned his head and opened his mouth wide. "Oh my, is this still the imperial court of the Southern Dynasty? Isn't this the most solemn meeting in the king's tent?" These uninvited guests included the two abbot of Gusai State and Dragonway State, the abbot of Orange State, Murong Baoding, and the great general Zhong Shentong. Huang Songpu slowly opened his mouth and said, "I've already sent a memorial to His Majesty. If it's approved, the army going south to Bailiang won't be just the 400,000 soldiers of the Southern Dynasty. Now it seems that it's most likely approved." Hong Jingyan glanced at Dongzhua and smiled coldly. Dongzhua tactfully shut his mouth. He shook his head and looked left and right, pretending that nothing had happened. Huang Songpu nodded lightly at the abbot and the great general. Then he said calmly to Dongzhua, "In the memorial, I've also resigned as the king of the northern court. I've recommended you to His Majesty Dongzhua." Dongzhua was dumbstruck. The fat man suddenly came to his senses. His eyes were wet as he tightly grasped Huang Songpu's hand. "Old general, you're so worried about the country and the people. It's so touching. Do you have any granddaughters you're worried about? For example, that unmarried Huang? I, Dongzhua, am willing to help take care of her." Huang Songpu said coldly, "If you dare to take one step into the Huang mansion, I'll break your 3 dog legs." Dongzhua retracted his hand and chuckled. "I haven't become the king of the southern courtyard yet, have I? All the good things in the world are safe in my bag. Otherwise, everything will be empty." Hong Jingyan narrowed his eyes and looked on coldly. Huang Songpu ignored the snobbish fat man. He walked to the center of the hall and looked around. The white-haired old man who had been on the battlefield for half his life was probably no longer the king of the southern court. He didn't say anything and just clasped his hands. Not only the generals who had made great contributions on the battlefield, but even the civil officials also clasped their hands subconsciously to return the greeting. On the border of Bailiang, a cavalry troop slowly moved forward. There were more than 50 riders. No one was anyone's retinue. Everyone had an official position. Among them was the Bailiang governor Chu Lushan, Bailiang's cavalry commander Yuan Zuozong, infantry commander Yan Wenwan, as well as the infantry and cavalry deputy commanders ancestor Gu, Zhou Kong, He Zhonghu, and Chen Yinshui, Su Zhao's second son Su Longxiang, Liangzhou General Shifu, Lingzhou General Han Laozhan, Yuzhou General Huang Fucheng, as well as Wang Ji and Jiao Wui and a few new deputy generals. Next were the commanders of the various brigades, as well as more than a dozen captains who guarded the important passes in Bailiang. Tongguan Captain Wei Zhuqing, Xian In Horse, Weak String Captain Li Maozhen, Fengqiu Captain Zhu Boyu, North Country Captain Ren Chunyan. There was also a large group of newly promoted border captains. Without exception, They were all strong men around 30 years old. They all had military achievements and their eyes were resolute. Leading them was the king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian. How did the northern Liang, which many people mistakenly thought was lacking in manpower, produce so many young and strong generals after careful investigation? Such a lineup was enough to make enemies of any status feel their hair stand on end. The 50 cavalrymen tacitly lined up at the top of a high slope. They quietly looked down at Bai Mang. Yan Wenwan suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Old guys over 40 years old, take a step back and let the young people take the lead. How about it?" Ancestor Gu, Chen Yunshui, and the other old guys looked at each other and smiled, silently retreating. This cavalry troop was slightly uneven. However, their majestic aura did not decrease at all, because on the front line, there were more than 30 people. Whether it was Liang or Bai Mang, it seemed that it was impossible to bring out so many young and strong generals who could fight on the same front at the same time. It was even more impossible to make Yan Wenwan and the other famous generals of the spring and autumn period willingly cover the rear. The young king holding an iron spear used the tip of the spear to draw a horizontal line on the ground at the same level as the front horse's hooves. Chapter 1147. In the desert, 500 cavalry against 500 cavalry. The two sides were all lightly armored elite cavalry. They did not have bows or crossbows, and the only weapon in their hands was a wooden pole. One side was the elite cavalry from Yuan Zuozong's Jibei camp, and the other side was He Zhonghu's Iron Monument camp. The reason why the two sides were practicing martial arts here was not because the group of Northern Liang elders in the distance wanted to see the battle prowess of Northern Liang with their own eyes. Instead, it was for a reason that even those outside the Northern Liang path would find inconceivable. Horse competition. Bailiang placed the most importance on horse management, and there were pastures all over the place. Among them, Yanji pastures sent out the most horses, producing 1,600 horses a year, of which, around 300 could be used for cavalry. This was a shocking number in the Liang imperial court. One must know that even though Nanjing had 7 pastoral supervisors in 3 prefectures, it was barely the same number. Of course, the pastures in the south of the capital were inferior, and the horse management was poor. Bailiang's Xianli pastures were the best. Over the years, the number of horses allocated to the elite cavalry units of Northern Liang had never changed. However, the quality of the war horses sent from the various pastures was very particular. Even when Huaihua's great general Zhong Hongwu held the power of the cavalry, he could not control the allocation of good horses. He had to follow a rule, and that was that every cavalry in Bailiang had to fight in pairs. If they won, they would take the good horses. If they lost, they could only eat the leftovers of others. A few cavalry troops with over 10,000 people would choose 800 cavalry each time. Another cavalry troop with similar combat strength would choose elite soldiers and fight each other. The flag-holding camp would send out 500 people, and the small camp would send out 200 to 300 people. Bailiang claimed to have 300,000 cavalry, but it was referring to the total strength. Naturally, it could not be all cavalry. In fact, the total number of Bailiang cavalry had always been between 100 and 150,000. Otherwise, unless Liang sent all the horses in the world to Bailiang, it could not support the Su family cavalry. Based on historical records, the Great Feng dynasty, which had always been crowned as the most prosperous after the Great Qin dynasty, only had 800,000 horses in the 30 years from Jinyuan to Linda. Furthermore, Bailiang's most elite cavalry always had 2 or even 3 horses per person. This was an extremely exaggerated matter in the 2 Liao provinces where the horse source was relatively abundant. Horses were the foundation of armors and weapons, the most important weapon of the country. The current commanders of Bailiang's cavalry were Yuan Zuozong, the veteran deputy commander He Zhonghu, and the Zhou partridge Zhou Kong, who was promoted last year. Out of the Su family's 140,000 cavalry, Yuan Zuozong did not lead any personal troops, other than the 3 old battalions that existed before Su Shao became the king of Bailiang. Excluding the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and the Longxiang Army, He Zhonghu led the left cavalry of 40,000, and Zhou Kong led the right cavalry of 30,000. The Jibei Battalion was one of the old battalions of Bailiang, and was directly under the command of the great commander Yuan Zuozong. The Jibei battalion's name had a deep history. After Su Shao became the vassal of Bailiang, Jizhou, where the Han family ruled, was the largest source of horses outside Bailiang. During the Spring and Autumn War, Su Shao formed many good relationships with the Han family. Later on, the entire Han family was executed, not only because they had offended the old Grand Secretary of the previous dynasty, but also because the Liang imperial court had long coveted the vast pastures of Jizhou. Thus, they could legitimately send good war horses to the northern defense line. However, the Han family's words carried enormous weight in Jizhou, and they never tampered with the numbers. However, they intentionally or unintentionally lost good horses to Bailiang. Although the Han family and the Su family became enemies later on, they were already a thorn in the side of the Zhao family. At that time, for Zhang Julu to be able to sit on the Grand Secretary seat, the Han family played an important role. The two armies charged forward, and dust filled the air. A rider of the Jibei battalion tilted his head and dodged a wooden pole that looked like an edgeless spear. He then used the pole in his hand to point at the heart of the rider opposite him, knocking him off his horse. The light rider of the Iron Tablet battalion was only hit by the pole, but before his body landed on the ground, he was grabbed by the shoulder by his comrade and thrown back onto the horse. Then he continued to charge forward, tearing apart the enemy line. On the other hand, the riders of the Jibei battalion and the Iron Tablet battalion pierced each other's chests with their wooden poles at almost the same time. With the momentum of the war horse's charge, the sturdy poles bent at an astonishing angle, knocking the weaker riders off their horses on the spot. No matter how skilled the cavalry was in spear techniques, they would never use the fancy technique of killing the enemy with a single point of the pole. They would always rely on the momentum of the cavalry's charge, and the cavalry would always be so clean and neat. After each side penetrated the enemy's formation, both sides had changed positions. However, the Jibei battalion and the Iron Tablet battalion did not slow down their horses, nor did they stop their horses to turn around and charge again. Instead, after the cavalry successfully pierced through the enemy's formation, both sides took a large and precise arc at almost the same time, striving to gain more momentum from the collision as quickly as possible. During this period of time, the riders who fell off their horses had to immediately lead their horses away from the battlefield. After all, this was not a real battle, and falling off a horse meant death. Chen Yinshui was the deputy commander of Bailiang's infantry. He narrowed his eyes and watched the situation on the battlefield. He smiled and said, "Old He, the 120 A-class war horses from the Xianli Ranch and the 400 B-class war horses from the Koa Ranch should have nothing to do with the Iron Tablet battalion." He Zhong was calm and said calmly, "This is just a charge. If we were at a disadvantage in the early stages, we would have lost. You Chen Yinshui would have died 7 or 8 times in the Battle of the Western Wall." Chen Yinshui laughed and said, "How can it be the same? The Iron Tablet battalion is fighting against the Jibei battalion, one of the best elite troops in Bailiang. They are not the hotheads from West Chu." He Zhong suddenly sneered and said, "Old man, why don't we make a bet? If I win, you will give me that yellow parasite scout. How about it?" Chen Yinshui laughed and scolded, "I only have 4 yellow parasite scouts in total, and they are all my treasures. I won't make this bet, I definitely won't. Also, why don't you say what you will do if you lose?" He Zhong said calmly, "The soldiers I have trained will never lose." Chen Yinshui turned his head to look at the young king of Bailiang, who was sitting high on his horse and carefully watching the battle. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, look. Isn't Commander He's face as thick as the city wall?" Su Fingnian smiled and did not say anything. Chapter 1148. He Zhong, who led the troops and governed the troops. His style was ancient. He had to personally attend to everything, just like an auntie taking care of her own children. Even though he was the deputy commander of the cavalry, his eating and sleeping were no different from ordinary soldiers. Moreover, He Zhong, who did not have a wife or children, he only raised several lame old horses. This veteran general who had meritorious service throughout his life had made up his mind to live and die at the border. If it was based on military merit and seniority, Zhong Hongwu simply wouldn't be able to sit on the cavalry commander's position. It was just that He Zhong, who had never formed a faction, and always maintained a gentleman's friendship with Wei Taizhan, and those old generals who had already withdrawn from the border. He also didn't like to rope in large numbers of young and strong generals to be his students and direct subordinates. He was the one who had been the deputy commander for the longest time in the Bailiang army. He Zhonghu did not have a distinctive style in leading the army. He rarely seized a big victory. However, in the 30 years of military service, He Zhonghu had almost never suffered a crushing defeat. Li Maozhen, who was known for his experience and wisdom, used to be a subordinate of He Zhonghu. However, Li Maozhen was famous for his addiction to being an officer. He had followed He Zhonghu for many years, and was often manipulated by Zhong Hongwu's henchmen. Li Maozhen left the border army and returned to Bailiang. He asked Su Xiao for the position of guerrilla general. Chen Yunchui continued to fan the flames. He joked with Yuan Zuozong, "Commander Yuan, how can you bear this?" Yuan Zuozong smiled. "It's hard to say who will win. It's not good for me to clamor for a one-on-one horse battle with old General He. After all, you are old and weak." He Zhonghu suddenly glared at him. "Yuan Zuozong, if you were 20 years younger, believe it or not, I could beat you down with one hand." Yan Wenwan, who looked thin and small, laughed. "Bullsh*t. Whether it's a horse battle or a foot battle, He Zhonghu can't beat Commander Yuan, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms." He Zhonghu was the most respected person in the Bailiang army. Yan Wenwan, who had joined the army at the same time as He Zhonghu, did not refute after his identity was exposed. Chu Lushan, who was about 400 pounds of fat, did not ride a horse. He stood beside Su Fingnian's warhorse and said calmly, "Just now we received a spy report that great General Zhong Shentong and Gu Sarangio prefectures appeared in the imperial court of the Southern Dynasty. It can be considered as a farewell for Huang Songpu, who resigned as the king of the Southern Courtyard. Moreover, the one who replaced the position was not Tuoba Bodhisattva or Murong Baoding as originally expected. It was also not great General Lu Gui, who was regarded as half a foster father by the Empress of Beimang. It was Dong Zhuo, who liked to raise crows. Huang Songpu even announced publicly that Beimang was going to use all of its resources and send 1,000,000 soldiers to Bailiang. Beimang did not deliberately hide this news. I'm sure that Emperor Zhao and Gu Jiantang will be overjoyed when they hear this." The deputy commander of the cavalry, Zhou Kong, laughed. "Dong Zhuo? Wasn't he defeated by you, Lord Protector General?" Zhou Kong, who was the only one standing, rubbed his hands and laughed. Back then, there was still a bit of luck involved. Yan Wenluan thought for a while and laughed coldly. "The king of Bailiang's actions are not only because they value him, but also because they are wary of him." Chu Lushan nodded and said slowly, "Little Fatty Dong has always been treated as half a son by that old woman. It would be more reassuring to hand over the military power of the Southern Dynasty to a young man like him, who doesn't have a deep foundation." However, this fellow had an entire 100,000 elite personal guards who only knew the word Dong, but not Northern Mang. Even an old woman would have to think twice before doing so. Dong Zhuo is a slippery person. If he doesn't take the lead as the king of the Southern Courtyard, once the war starts, with his temperament of not acting until he sees a rabbit, even if he is forced to take the field, he will definitely not put in any effort. When the time comes, both Liang Meng and Bei Meng will suffer heavy losses. In the end, the Dong family will have the most soldiers. In this way, even if Dong Zhuo doesn't have any ambition, he will still have to be ambitious. Su Fingnian said, "I heard that Dong Zhuo has always regarded you as an irreconcilable enemy." Dong Zhuo said cheerfully, "That little fatty thinks so, but Lu Qiuer doesn't think so of him." Great ancestor Gu, who was once the mainstay of the Southern Tang Empire, smiled knowingly. "If Dong Zhuo didn't become the king of the Southern Courtyard, I would have almost forgotten the amazing achievements of our protector general." Chu Lushan raised his fat arm and waved it gently. He pretended to be shy and said, "A real man doesn't talk about his past achievements." Su Fingnian, who couldn't stand it anymore, raised his foot and gently kicked Chu Lushan's shoulder. He said, "The Iron Tablet Camp won, but there are only 21 cavalrymen left on horseback." Everyone looked over. It was indeed so. The 21 cavalrymen of the Iron Tablet Camp raised one arm at the same time, and calmly accepted the thunderous cheers. He Zhong suddenly laughed heartily. He looked at Yuan Zuozong, who was not far away. The latter's eyes were clear, and he nodded to the old man. Then Hezhong suddenly rode forward and shouted to those men, "Come, the old rules, take your wives." The excellent war horses of the Xianli Ranch and the Koa Ranch, under the leadership of the shepherds, slowly galloped out from the side of the battlefield where the dust had settled. The 500 cavalrymen cheered and yelled. They dismounted and welcomed the new wives. Some of the cavalrymen of the Iron Tablet camp made a series of dizzying somersaults while galloping forward. Some of them were kicked on the buttocks by their comrades behind them and fell flat on their faces. The 500 cavalrymen were so happy and noisy. Baoyang's horses had always been the wives of Baoyang's valiant soldiers, who would complain about having too many war horses that were rarer than beautiful women. Su Fengnian looked at the 500 cavalrymen of the Ji Bei camp. Everyone was holding their horses and standing in silence. Su Fengnian squeezed the horse's belly and went out alone. He first went to the Iron Tablet camp, who were busy selecting war horses. He signaled them to not salute, and let them continue to pick their wives. He quietly waited for them to finish selecting. When everyone got on their horses, he looked at one of the cavalrymen who had killed the enemy the most. Su Fengnian took the new cold saber from his waist and threw it up high. The young and burly cavalryman caught the cold saber. He was stunned at first. Then his face turned red and tears filled his eyes. He shouted and raised the saber up high. Su Fengnian still rode forward. He came to the front of the Ji Bei camp and dismounted. He led the horse forward and handed the reins to the leading cavalryman. Chapter 1149. In autumn, Su Fengnian's trip to the north took about 20 days. Most of the time, he strolled leisurely around Jinyuan, Qinghe, Zhongzhong and Huaiyang. During this period, Yan Wenwan, Chen Yunshui, and a few other veteran generals with heavy military duties gradually left. Then Han Laozhan, Huang Fuqian, and the other provincial generals and deputy generals left for the south. Then Wei Shaking, Xine Ma, and the other captains who had real power in the territory left. Finally, it was the turn of the second-line border army generals and captains who were not stationed here. Huang Laifu, the lieutenant of Huaiyang, wanted to give up his official residence, but the governor-general, who was always fond of extravagance, did not agree. Instead, he casually bought a residence from a big family in the pass. It was said that after receiving the 3,000 taels of silver, the head of the family could not sleep well for several days and repeatedly wanted to return the money to the governor-general, where Lu Qiu'er was in charge. Unfortunately, the governor-general ignored him. Later, the head of the family was so restless that he could not eat or sleep well. He had to ask an expert for advice and added another 2,000 taels of silver, which he donated to the Huaiyang Pass as the army's salary. This family, who had been rich from the border trade in the early years, finally felt a little relieved. However, they still secretly moved to a Wubao residence dozens of miles south of the Huaiyang Pass. Chu Lushan's fierce reputation was evident. In addition to Chu Lushan and Huang Laifu, the two landlords of Huaiyang Pass, there were also a group of young captains from the border and the territory. Wang Chou, the speaker of Anliang Army Town, Chao Xiaojiao, the Honglu general, who was famous for being a troublemaker in the northern defense line of Yuzhou province, Hong Xinjia, the real person in charge of many Wu forts in Yuzhou province, Zhu Boyu, the Fengqiu commandant of Lingzhou province, and Ren Chunyuan, the North Country captain who came from a poor family. Both of them performed outstandingly in the Battle of Fuding in Lingzhou province. Huang Xiaokuai, the pro-commandant of the vanguard, was promoted to the deputy general of Lingzhou province and assisted Han Laozhan together with Wang Ji. However, Huang Xiaokuai did not follow the order to go to the north this time. Instead, he was replaced by Jiao Wui. Compared to these three people, Ma Jinchai, the frozen field commandant of Zhigui Prefecture, was really unlucky. She could not even keep her official title, let alone being promoted. After arriving at the northern defense line, Su Fengnian rarely spoke, except for listening to the military intelligence and customs affairs from the generals and generals. He didn't even ask many questions. Occasionally he asked some trivial questions about the border defense. He didn't say anything heroic, nor did he deliberately show off his knowledge of the art of war in front of the legendary warriors and young warriors. In fact, many people sincerely wanted to hear about the feats of the king of Baoyang in Jianghu. After all, he was the new champion, of Jianghu who could even defeat Wang Xianji. No matter how arrogant Su Fengnian was, even the elders like Yan Wenwan and Gu Dezhu were willing to listen to him. However, the young king disappointed everyone. He didn't mention a single word about his travels in Jianghu and the battles of life and death. After Su Fengnian ascended to the top of Jianghu, in addition to the hidden ambush at Iron Gate Pass, the deeds of killing Diwu Raccoon, the master of Mount Tibing, and Han Diaoxi, the killer cat, also began to quietly spread in the imperial court of Liang. A group of people walked to the top of the city wall. Among them, Cao Xiaojiao, who was newly conferred the title of Honglu General, was a short and vigorous middle-aged man. He had a good reputation in the eastern defense line of Beiliang in the north of Yuzhou, and had accumulated enough military merits. However, because he repeatedly offended Zhong Hongwu, the great general of Beiliang, he didn't even get the title of a general. After Zhong Hongwu fell, Su Fengnian specially asked Beiliang to keep an eye on him for about half a year before he decided to promote him. Of course, Cao Xiaojiao was not a perfect person. He had a strong desire to kill, and was ruthless in his management of the army. Many of his subordinates violated the rules, and even embezzled the salary of the border guards. Zhong Hongwu used these reasons to keep Cao Xiaojiao in the position of a small lieutenant. Cao Xiaojiao was like a sharp blade that could hurt others, but he could also hurt himself. Su Fengnian's use of this person was not without criticism in the Beiliang army. Even the old general Chen Yunshui had some objections. As for Hong Xinjia, who was a full head taller than Cao Xiaojiao, his reputation was much better. Beiliang had a lot of hereditary military records in the Wu Castle. The gourd mouth area was especially prominent. The king of the southern courtyard once said that even if Bei Mang threw in 160,000 soldiers, they might not be able to fill it up. More than half of this could be attributed to Hong Xinjia's achievements. He was only mediocre when it came to leading troops in war, but whether it was managing the military affairs or building the Wu Castle system, he was one of the few geniuses in the Liang dynasty. He was also a master of investigation and knowledge. Gu Jianteng valued this person a lot. When he was in charge of military affairs in the northern region as the Minister of War, it was said that the general had secretly asked Zhang Lu to bring Hong Xinjia to the Liao and improve the defense line. After the request was rejected, there was even a ridiculous attempt to mobilize Zhaogo to kidnap Hong Xinjia. Walking to the top of the city wall, Su Fengnian looked to the east with his hands folded in his sleeves. He suddenly turned his head to look at Hong Xinjia, who was a block away from him. He called out Hong Xinjia's nickname, Lord of the Earth, and said with a smile, General Gu Jiantang, who is stationed in the Liao, recently offered this king a sky-high price. He promised that as long as he handed over the title of Lord of the Earth, he would help Beiliang get 30% more grain and 300,000 taels of silver from the imperial court. He also promised that you would be promoted by 3 ranks. You are only 1 step away from becoming a duke. Hong Xinjia grinned. First of all, it doesn't matter if I want to go or not. Second of all, I really don't care about the title of Lord of the Earth, as long as I can get things done. I've managed the gourd mouth area for more than 10 years, and I can't bear to leave. Su Fengnian shook his head. Tell me the truth. Chapter 1150. Hong Xinjia's face, which was as dark as charcoal due to years of exposure to the sun and wind, could actually be seen blushing. Cao Xiaojiao immediately mocked. Old Hong fears nothing but his wife. His wife is an auntie from Yinji County. She's such a beautiful flower and she's stuck on top of Hong Xinjia, this black cow dung. Last year, she even gave birth to a big fat son for him. How could that woman be at ease with her man going to Liang to be a high-ranking official? We used to say that the woman's words were more effective than a general's. As for the imperial edict from the imperial court, even if it really reached the Hong residence, wouldn't that woman directly throw it into the latrine? Isn't that right, old Hong? Hong Xinjia elbowed Cao Xiaojiao's ribs. The latter didn't block it and rubbed it with a mischievous smile. You hit me, right? The prince also saw it with his own eyes. I won't pay back the 28,000 taels of silver I owe you. Hong Xinjia, who was close to Cao Xiaojiao, widened his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realized that the king of Beiliang was beside him. He forced himself to swallow back the family scandal, but he almost blurted out. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. He didn't follow the vine to get to the melon and get to the bottom of it. Chu Lushan frowned imperceptibly. Su Fengnian looked at the sky and said jokingly to the group of generals and lieutenants around him, "You guys go back to your homes and find your mothers." When they walked down the city wall, Chu Lushan approached Su Fengnian and asked in a low voice, "Deploy 500 elite cavalry to protect the prince?" Su Fengnian, who was followed by his eldest disciple who was a burden, shook his head. Chu Lushan didn't dare to make a decision on his own. At most, he could only secretly add more people. He quickly calculated in his mind. There were still a few old but strong falcons in the upper room of the Fushui Society. In the end, Su Fengnian and Yu Dilong left Huayang Pass on their horses. Yu Dilong barely learned horsemanship. Although the ride was bumpy, at least he didn't fall off the horse. Among the three disciples, Yu Dilong was the least close to his master, Su Fengnian. Although Lu Yunzhang was noisy, he ultimately spoke more to his immortal master. Although Wang Sheng was reticent, he was undoubtedly the one who respected Su Fengnian the most. Only Yu Dilong didn't know how to deal with his master, nor did he take the initiative to get close to him. The only emotion he revealed was a natural fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Su Fengnian had already taught Wang Sheng swordsmanship and Lu Yunzhang fist techniques, but for some reason he didn't carve Yu Dilong, who was better than his junior sister and junior brother in terms of luck and bone. He didn't even let Yu Dilong memorize a set of basic internal energy mantras. Chao Xiaojiao and Hong Xinjia came together and returned together. Because of Hong Xinjia, who was coveted by the Liang imperial court, Protector General Chu sent half a battalion of cavalry to escort him. Chao Xiaojiao and Hong Xinjia sat across from each other in a carriage. Chao Xiaojiao kept pouring wine. Hong Xinjia hesitated for a moment and finally said, "How can you speak without thinking? Do you really think you don't know that the prince and the protector general don't know that you're covered in shit? Why did you take off your pants on the city wall? Who are you trying to show to?" Chao Xiaojiao cast a sidelong glance at Hong Xinjia, who had spent half his life dealing with dirt and rocks. He smiled and asked, "Do you still remember what you were worried about on the way here?" Hong Xinjia nodded. "Naturally, with your stinky reputation, who would cover you up? Even a handful of yellow mud would be like shit. Since the prince made an exception to promote you, he would normally use both grace and authority. Although I don't have the ability to comprehend things as an official, I still understand this principle. Normally, when the prince meets you, he would give you a few words of warning." Chao Xiaojiao laughed. "That's right, that's common sense. So if the prince were to give me a sincere and earnest lecture, or even give me a torrent of abuse, I would feel at ease. But have you realized that this prince of ours is very strange? From start to finish, he hasn't given me, Chao Xiaojiao, a corrupt and ruthless official, a few words." Hong Xinjia froze and said in surprise, "That's true." Chao Xiaojiao raised his sleeve to wipe his mouth. "That's why I'm afraid. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to provoke the prince in front of Demon Chu on the city walls. If that wasn't a slap to Chu Lushan's face, who else would it be?" Hong Xinjia was even more confused. With a blank expression he asked, "Then if you offend Protector General Chu, won't you also be made to suffer in the future?" Chao Xiaojiao slowly drank a mouthful of wine. "Old Hong, don't worry about it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. You're just fated to deal with dead things like dirt and rocks. Don't get mixed up in this mess." Hong Xinjia smiled. "No matter what, a promotion is a good thing." Chao Xiaojiao said in a muffled voice, "I, Chao Xiaojiao, will display my abilities according to how high an official I'm given. But if anyone wants me, I'm willing to give up my life. Don't even think about it. There's nothing in the world that's more valuable than life. I'm not an empty-handed little pawn that needs to use my life to fight for my future." Hong Xinjia was half flustered and half angry. "You should just keep these words to yourself and rot in your stomach." Chao Xiaojiao raised the curtain and gazed at the autumn wind sweeping up the yellow sand. Wave after wave, it swept across the desert. Hong Xinjia slapped his thigh and suddenly said, "I remember something. When I was drinking with old General he accidentally let it slip. Do you still remember that day when the two battalions confronted each other, and after the victor was decided, the prince gifted him a saber and a horse?" Qiao Xiaojiao nodded and smiled. It's just a little bit of skill to buy people's hearts. Hong Xinjia's expression was rather strange. He whispered. The prince actually said something at the time. Qiao Xiaojiao raised the wine pot and listened attentively. Hong Xinjia said, It seems like the prince said, It's fine as long as you can accomplish something. I don't want you to throw your lives away. Qiao Xiaojiao said nothing and drank a mouthful of wine. In the autumn wind, the two riders headed south. However, they did not return directly to the provincial capital of Liangzhou. Instead, they turned toward Yanji County of Yuzhou. In the evening of Bishan County, it suddenly began to rain heavily. Su Fengnian, who was drenched like a drowned rat, knocked on the door. He waited for a long time before the door opened. Looking at the woman's cold face, he smiled and said, I'm hungry. The woman laughed coldly. What a coincidence. I haven't eaten either. Su Fengnian slipped past the woman holding the umbrella. I'll go. Yu Dilong would never be able to forget that scene for the rest of his life. At that time, the child only thought that this beautiful woman was either the empress or an expert more powerful than the 10 martial arts referees combined. Otherwise, it didn't make sense. It was also at that time that the flood dragon of the land felt that his master was still alive. Chapter 1151. In the autumn rain, Yu Dilong felt that his master was like a scoundrel who came to take advantage of him. The child didn't dare to enter the house. He squatted on the steps outside the threshold and looked up. Under the eaves, there was a black curtain of rain. The rain splashed on the ground and splashed on his trousers. Yu Dilong sighed softly. He suddenly missed his sister who carried a big wooden sword case. Hearing the sound of light footsteps, Yu Dilong turned around and saw the woman who he didn't know whether to call sister or aunt carry 2 small stools. She put one next to him and sat on the other. Yu Dilong hesitated for a moment, but still sat on the stool. He sat upright and looked straight ahead. The widowed, Pei Nanwei looked at the child's rigid sitting posture and asked softly, What do you do? Yu Dilong thought carefully and said shyly, I'm my master's disciple. Pei Nanwei was amused. Could it be your master's master? Yu Dilong opened his mouth slightly and blushed. Pei Nanwei didn't say anything else. She looked at the mud in the yard with the child and said to herself, We should have laid down stone slabs. The 10 kilograms of mud we dug from the swallow's nest ridge is gone. Yu Dilong listened to her nagging and didn't feel annoyed. Perhaps because he was an orphan since childhood, Yu Dilong felt a strange warmth. A voice came from behind them. Time to eat. At the small square table, Su Fengnian had already served the food and set the bowls and chopsticks. Pei Nanwei and Yu Dilong walked into the house with stools. Pei Nanwei and Su Fengnian sat opposite each other. The child thought for a moment and didn't dare to eat at the table. He just sat on the threshold with the bowl and continued to watch the rain hit the mud. At this moment, the child, who had been thinking about saving enough money to build a house since he could remember, decided that if he wanted to build a house in the future, he would build it according to this yard. You still know to come back. Yes. What did you do outside? Did you unify Jianghu, kill the emperor of Liang, or flatten Beimang? Not really. But haven't you heard the news? What should a commoner hear? I went out and fought with Wang Xianji, and luckily survived. After that, he made a trip to the Eastern Sea's martial emperor city, and took away all the weapons. On the way back to Beiliang, I met great-grandpa of the Wu family's sword tomb. After staying at Mount Qingliang for less than a day, I ran to the north of Liangzhou and finally sat here to eat with you. How busy. It's just that I didn't earn enough money to bring it back. Was the bag of rice that Zhu Zhengli carried here last time? You're eating so little, but I don't see you losing weight. It's time to grow fat again, so take it easy. If you're skinny, you can still wear old clothes, but it's just a little looser. If you're fat, you'll have to spend more money. Pa. A loud sound rang out. Yu Dilong quickly turned his head and saw her slamming her chopsticks on the table. The Bishan County Yamen has already stopped your salary. I went to get it at the beginning of the month, but they refused to give it to me. He also said that you took a leave of absence for no reason and went to Mount Wudong to relax. When Yanji County's governor heard this, he was furious and seems to want to remove you from your position. Go get it again and try again. Are you sure you won't make a wasted trip? If you can't get it, then forget it. My monthly salary is less than 10 taels of silver anyway. Pa. This time, it was a slap to the bowl. Yu Dilong suddenly felt like laughing. After that, Su Fingnian washed the dishes. To Yu Dilong's surprise, his master didn't stay in this small county for long. After freeloading for a meal, he left in the rain. The woman didn't ask him to stay, but before they left the house, she took out a rain hat and a straw raincoat woven from bamboo leaves. She didn't give them to Yu Dilong's master, but gave them to the child and told him to put them on without any explanation. Yu Dilong timidly looked at his master. Su Fingnian dismissed it with a smile. The two horses' hooves trampled on the bluestone floor of the alley. Because it was a rainy night, the sound of the horses' hooves was muffled and didn't attract much attention. Although Yu Dilong's body was thin and weak, his bones were abnormally strong. Wearing the rain hat and the straw raincoat didn't seem heavy or cumbersome at all. It was just that they didn't fit him and looked really funny. Yu Dilong turned back to look at the courtyard. He didn't know why, but the child didn't rely on Baelyang Palace at all. He also didn't treat it as his home, but he felt close to this simple courtyard. He also had a strange thought in his heart that he couldn't tell anyone. It would be great if the woman was his mother. Yu Dilong gathered his courage and shouted, "Master!" Su Fingnian slowed down the horse and looked at the child with big eyes with slight confusion. Yu Dilong was quick-witted. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and asked, "Where are we going?" Su Fingnian indifferently said, "Mount Wudong. I'm going to a paradise there to stabilize my body and spirit." Since Yu Dilong could see the strength of Wang Sheng and Lu Yunchang's qi, he naturally knew a secret after spending so much time with his master. His master's qi had been declining. Simply put, his master's martial cultivation was like a bamboo basket that kept leaking water. If he didn't fix it quickly, there wouldn't be a drop left. It might even cause irreparable damage to the basket itself. This was also why Chu Lushan had asked for 500 cavalrymen to protect him at Huayang Pass. He had fought to the death with Wang Xianji, killed Zhao Huangchao, attacked Wuwu City, and fought against Wu Jian. Su Fingnian's strength was declining day by day at different stages. If it weren't for this, the great-grandpa of the Wu family's sword tomb wouldn't have taken the extra step of pretending to block Su Fingnian's way at the border of Yuzhou and River Province. Chapter 1152. Yu Dilong's face suddenly turned solemn. He turned his head and shouted, "Master." Su Fingnian nodded and took the lead to stop the horse on this secluded muddy road. Yu Dilong's eyes widened as he saw the uninvited guest 100 feet away. It was a barefoot young woman in white. According to common sense, with the downpour her clothes should be soaked, but her feet were a few feet above the ground. Her clothes fluttered, and there was a white rainbow behind her that formed a supreme mysterious body of a bottle. In this way, the radiance she emitted was like a full moon that had descended to the human world. Yu Dilong suddenly felt like he was facing a great enemy. Although the woman's aura was not as fierce and frightening as that of the Baelyang cavalry commander, it was more profound and lasting. Su Fingnian stared expressionlessly at the qi cultivation genius of the Guanyin sect of the South Sea who had picked up scraps along the way. First, she forcibly stole 100 swords on the lake of Yuyan Mountain Villa. Later, she sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight outside the Shenwu city. She probably wanted to fish in troubled waters, but she did not expect that Han Shengxian would suddenly die under the sword of Suaxia Valley. She did not succeed in absorbing his dissipated fate after his death, and then disappeared. But after he defeated Wang Xianji, this woman began to absorb his constantly lost qi. In terms of the ability to grow fat, there was no glutton in the world who could compare with this woman who was nicknamed the Charcoal Girl. However, Su Fingnian had an agreement with the old woman of the Guanyin sect of the South Sea. The other party was polite, so Su Fingnian did not deliberately stop the woman's stealing action. Everyone in the world had their own bad karma and good karma. Su Fingnian also did not feel that he had to monopolize the fate of Jianghu. As long as he was not provoked, whether this strange woman who was born with a sword embryo like Wang Sheng became a sword immortal and became the leader of the martial arts world, or whether Xianyuan Qingfeng was 1 foot tall and the devil was 10 feet tall, what did it have to do with him? After the Charcoal Girl obtained Su Fingnian's lost qi, she was like a fish in water. Compared to Yuyan Mountain Villa, She was much more powerful. After she appeared, she looked at Su Fengnian. Her mouth curved into a condescending, playful smile. She stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her. It was like a beautiful painting scroll drawn by a celestial being. Under the charcoal girl's hands appeared one after another. There was the tall and sturdy old man Wang Xianji, who was riding the waves of the eastern sea. There was Deng Taie, who was leading a donkey and holding a peach branch. There was the western Chu official Chao Zhangqing, who was indecisive. There was Han Xingxian, who had red hair fluttering in the wind. There was a man holding a spear who looked somewhat similar to a green bird. There was Li Chungang, who was riding a sword with his hands behind his back. There were about 40 people in this long scroll, and all of them were great figures in Jianghu in the past 100 years. The people, dead people. Of the people, dead. Those who were still shining brightly were those who were still alive in this world. Su Fengnian knew most of them. After the scroll was unfolded, he was ranked second. The third was Tuoba Bodhisattva. It was just that the positions of those who had passed away did not change, but the portraits of those who were still alive in the mortal world began to quietly change their positions. The most obvious change was undoubtedly that Tuoba Bodhisattva had squeezed out Su Fengnian's second place and became the second person on the left of the scroll. Among them, Huang Sanjia suddenly appeared on the list, showing an unknown scene. Moreover, the color of this spring and autumn demon was different from the black and white of the others. After the charcoal girl revealed this skill, she giggled and said, "This is the treasure of our Guanyin sect. Not only can it subdue demons and devils, it can also summon gods. Back then, my master, yes, the one who was defeated by Li Chungang, should have used this to shine in the spring and autumn period." Su Fengnian said calmly, "I know. It's the land pilgrimage painting." The charcoal girl said, "Wow, Su Fengnian, you've even heard of this?" Su Fengnian was silent. The charcoal girl of unknown origin smiled and pointed at the person on the top of the scroll with her slender finger. "Su Fengnian, don't you want to know who this person is?" Su Fengnian shook his head. The girl in white narrowed her eyes and said to herself, "Everything has its vanquisher." Back then, the nameless Taoist sealed the invincible Gao Shulu. The Taoist mansion of Longhu Mountain suppressed the devil Lu Songtao of Zhilu Mountain. Wang Xianji suppressed Li Chungang. In the end, you subdued Wang Xianji. Then, aren't you curious who's going to subdue you? Su Fengnian frowned. The charcoal girl was slightly surprised. She looked at a fresh portrait that appeared out of thin air in the scroll. She glanced at the earth dragon, then stared at Su Fengnian and continued, "Su Fengnian, don't you want to know who Qi Xianju and Hong Xixiang, who are also the reincarnations of ancestor Lu, suppressed when they were born?" Su Fengnian looked at the portrait at the top of the scroll. It was not the same as the other people. This person was blurry, but he was wearing a Confucian robe. He sat cross-legged and stared at a white water bowl in front of him. There was about half a bowl of water, and the water surface was slightly rippling. The charcoal girl who had been acting alone asked tirelessly, "Su Fengnian, let me ask you, why is it that in the past 100 years, the Confucian saint is the most difficult to be born? Xianyuan Jingqing reached this realm less than an hour ago. Huang Longsher is the same. Even Chao Changqing is a dying man." Su Fengnian fell into deep thought. The charcoal girl who had not gotten a response all this time was like a woman who complained about her lover's lack of understanding. She stomped her feet and complained, "Su Fengnian, will you die if you answer me?" Su Fengnian could only sneer. An uncontrollable strong killing intent rose in his heart. Intuition told him that if he answered this woman, unless he was at his peak, he would really die. Chapter 1153. The charcoal girl looked at the young vassal king who had made up his mind to practice silent meditation. She did not give up and tried to goad him. "Su Fengnian, you were once the most powerful warrior in the world. Why are you afraid of competing with a little girl?" Su Fengnian stared at the Confucian scholar, who had placed the bowl in front of him. He understood that the charcoal girl's words contained too many tricks. He could ignore half of the truth. This person was more likely to be the one who could restrain Huang Longsher. Otherwise, the devil Huang Sanjia would not have been so secretive and unwilling to enter the realm of terrestrial immortal. As for the one who really wanted to subdue him, it was most likely the charcoal girl herself. Nurturing qi, gathering fate, occupying fate, and finally achieving the Grand Chi phenomenon. Step by step, step by step. The charcoal girl's seniority in the Guanyin sect of the South Sea was even higher than that of the old woman. Moreover, she had a sword embryo. Her fate was not bad. Moreover, she had picked up the fate left by Su Fengnian. It could be said that she was blessed with fate. If she could get rid of Su Fengnian here and accept him completely, it was not impossible for her to become an unprecedented terrestrial deva. The Tide Listening Pavilion had collected countless rare copies of martial arts manuals. There were also many classified secret files that recorded the secrets of various sections. The Guanyin sect was the best place for Qi cultivators in the south. However, the Tide Listening Pavilion still could not find any information about the chart of immortal pilgrimage. However, Li Chungang, who had personally beaten the charcoal girl's master back to the sea, had mentioned that the girl's martial arts were only outstanding but her swordsmanship was not top-notch. Even when facing him, she was not willing to use the trump card of a Qi cultivator. Therefore, her journey in Jianghu was strange. She met many martial arts legends and young talents. She cast a wide net to catch more fish just to get familiar with them. She must have had an ulterior motive. When Su Fengnian first heard the charcoal girl's long-winded words, he did not pay much attention to what she said. He was more concerned about the reason why Dong Tai drowned the Guanyin sect with his sword. However, when the charcoal girl called out his name for the second time, Su Fengnian immediately became alert. Since then, she had to mention the name Su Fengnian almost every time she spoke. This made Su Fengnian even more cautious. Moreover, because of Gao Shulu's mountain ceiling talisman, he thought of the world's talismans. Among them, there were immortal necromancers who often carried the Yen Sheng Tu manual that was passed down from generation to generation when they traveled across mountains and rivers. They were familiar with the names of the immortals and ghosts in the world. If they met gods, they would worship them and obtain opportunities. If they met evil, they would kill them and accumulate good karma. Therefore, every time they met a mountain elf or a ghost, they would call it by its name and supplement it with incantations. Those with high cultivation could follow the teachings of their founding ancestors and recite the secret incantations that were originally hidden in the heavens. Immediately, they would trigger the Tianji purple thunder to kill it. The charcoal girl was about to speak when Su Fengnian took the initiative to speak for the first time. He asked, "Your actions are contrary to the original intention of your sect." On the lake of Yuyan Mountain Heights, the old woman said that she would bring a large number of Qi cultivators to the battlefield at the border of Bailiang. "If I die, you will lose your life-saving talisman. It is inevitable that there will be complications. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the sect?" The charcoal girl smiled wittily and said, "When a general is outside, he can't obey military orders." The charcoal girl clearly felt the killing intent of the man on horseback. She smiled and said innocently, "A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Moreover, you are the king of Bailiang. Don't lower yourself to my level. I will leave now. I will not dare to provoke you in the future. I will obediently stay on the isolated island in the South Sea. When you die, I will come back to the land." Su Fengnian bent down and stroked the horse's mane. The charcoal girl's face changed dramatically. She said anxiously, "Su Fengnian, can you be more magnanimous?" In the distance of more than 10 feet between the two, a still rain curtain condensed. It was visible to the naked eye. It was like a gate falling from the sky, constantly moving toward the charcoal girl. Su Fengnian gently clenched his fist. Although there was no rain curtain behind the charcoal girl, thousands of raindrops shot toward the girl's back. The charcoal girl drew an arc with 2 of her fingers. The character scroll circled around her in a circle. She stared at the man who was supposed to be mature, but had lost his temperament. She said in fear, "Su Fengnian, you deliberately tricked me?" Countless soybean-sized raindrops hit the scroll rapidly. The rain curtain containing violent sword intent tilted and collapsed in front of the charcoal girl. Su Fengnian gently squeezed the horse's belly and slowly moved forward. This Bailiang A-class warhorse stepped on the path of the rain curtain and gradually moved to a higher place. It was high enough to overlook the charcoal girl, who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Every time the horse's hooves stepped on the ground, the scroll around the charcoal girl trembled. Su Fengnian said calmly, Everyone in the world has their own reasons to talk about, but some general principles are still the same. Yu Dilong muttered angrily. Master's fate was taken by you. But your mother-in-law really has the heart to harm others. The charcoal girl, who was trying her best to withstand the rain curtain and the raindrops hitting the bell, said angrily, If I don't take it, I will be punished. This is not given by you, Su Fingnian. It is given to me by God. As the master, Su Fingnian was expressionless. As the disciple, Yu Dilong, who was an outsider, was really annoyed to the extreme. He gritted his teeth. The child did not realize that his body was blooming with a majestic aura. It was neither Taoist Gangqi, nor the Buddhist golden rainbow. Chapter 1154. Muddle-headed, Lulong, who had suddenly sunk into a state of oblivion, stared at the magnificent picture scroll. His eyes blazed as he jumped off the horse. This child ran faster and more nimbly than a runaway wild horse. He even broke through the thick and heavy curtain of rain. Reaching out his arm, he grabbed Wang Xianji, who had a dark color on the picture scroll, and pulled her back. The charcoal girl was not enraged by this strange child's interference. Instead, she was pleasantly surprised. His intrusion was probably because Su Fingnian was worried that the child's body and mind would be hurt by the rain, so he relaxed his defense. As a result, the charcoal girl, who was trapped, had a slim chance of survival. However, just as she was about to use her mind to take the picture scroll back, she suddenly realized that the immortal atlas she had nurtured for many years had been easily snatched away by the child. The charcoal girl's vision turned black. She was so angry that she almost fainted. It was not easy for her to stand firm. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the picture scroll had been divided into two. Most of it had been snatched away by the child, but the remaining figure was left in place. The man who had set up the bowl, Su Fingnian. Su Fingnian released his qi. The warhorse fell gently into the mud, safe and sound. He ordered Lulong, "Put it away." Lulong did not know how to put it away. With a thought, the person on the painting quickly overlapped. What he held in his hand was like a painting scroll. The girl was terrified and uneasy. She fell but first into the mud. Her face was snow-white. Adding on her white robes, she was like a female ghost wandering in the night. She kept muttering to herself, "How is this possible? How can it be like this?" Su Fingnian did not pay attention to this rude and arrogant young woman. Instead, he looked at the only remaining person. The person in the painting had one hand at the bottom of the bowl. He was still sitting, but his body slowly floated up and coincidentally met Su Fingnian's gaze. Su Fingnian asked, "Was it you who secretly instructed Zhao Huangqiao to go to the Earth Lung Mountain to raise an evil dragon? Then you went with the flow to help Huang Longshi stir up the spring and autumn? In the end, you guarded Great Peace City. When the king of Jing'an fought for the throne, it was you who did not let Wang Xianji, the adoptive father of Zhao Heng, the old king of Jing'an, go to the capital to support him. All those years of literature and martial arts reviews, most of them were written by you, right?" The man whose face was still blurry did not speak. Su Fingnian asked with a smile, "Heaven, earth, and man all have their own mathematical principles. Yuan Bunshi has been the same for several decades. He should be keeping an eye on the connections for the Liang dynasty. Zhao Huangqiao cultivated in seclusion, which created the terrain. In that case, you must be the leader of the Qi refinement warriors in the north. However, I am very puzzled. Back then, when Hong Xixiang destroyed the fate energy of the country, two streams of fate energy flowed into Beiliang and West Chu respectively. Why didn't you stop them?" The man finally opened his mouth to speak. The moment he opened his mouth, the world that was pouring with rain instantly fell silent. "It's just a debate between heaven and man. I once defended the Zhao clan, who was blessed by the heavens. As for you, what do you say?" Su Fingnian sneered and said, "Damn, you just like to be self-righteous and spout nonsense." The man asked in return, "Is that so?" Su Fingnian seemed to be unwilling to argue. The man laughed and said, "In the next 10 years, there will be 4 major battles. I only need to win one to win." After sitting and watching the clouds rise and fall for many years, the man finally stood up. His feet seemed to have landed in the mud of this small path. Su Fingnian saw that the man began to walk forward. Then, he brushed past him and headed toward Shishu. Su Fingnian stood where he was. The dragon was at a loss. while the charcoal girl's heart was like dead ashes. Su Fingyan raised his head and looked at the raindrops falling in the night sky. Every drop was crystal clear. The trend of the world today was no longer so unclear. Needless to say, Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan had an incomparable innate advantage and still occupied the most fate energy. Huang Sanjia and Beimeng's state preceptor, Yuan Qingshan, chose Zhao Zhu at the same time. This person, who might be the true scholarly sage of the century, chose Chen Jibao. This was undoubtedly a situation that Su Fingyan was most unwilling to see. Su Fingyan turned to the charcoal girl and said, "Using external objects to steal the secrets of the heavens is not a long-term solution. If you are really interested in the martial arts world, I will make a deal with you." The charcoal girl's eyes lit up. "You want me to invite the qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect to the border to promote the Bailiang?" Su Fingyan shook his head and said, "I want you to temporarily move the entire sect's manpower behind the defense line of the Jinkinjiang tomb. You are also allowed to withdraw from Bailiang if the situation is not good." The charcoal girl was stunned. "Are you crazy?" Su Fingyan shook his head and said, "It is the Beimeng Empress who has gone crazy. Bailiang and I have no choice but to go crazy with her." The charcoal girl said with an aggrieved expression, "How can I dare to roam the martial arts world alone now? From here to the southern sea, I have to take a detour. It is thousands of miles away. Can you be at ease?" Su Fingyan glanced at her. The charcoal girl pouted and admitted defeat. I know. You just want to say that this is how you walked out of Beimeng. But you're a man, and I'm just a weak woman. If I delay your important matters, I'll just die somewhere." Su Fingyan smiled and said, "I will let the Heavy Sword Cave's master, Mi Fengjia, protect you on your way back to the Guanyin sect." The charcoal girl asked for a yard after taking an inch. "Is there anything more powerful?" Su Fingyan asked, "What do you think of me?" The charcoal girl said excitedly, "Good." Su Fingyan no longer paid attention to this muddle-headed fairy and continued to gallop forward on his horse. Yu Dilong followed closely behind, leaving her stomping her feet resentfully. In the rainy night, Yu Dilong suddenly called out, "Master." Su Fingyan turned his head in confusion. The child grinned and scratched his head, probably because he suddenly did not know what to say. Su Fingyan smiled and said, "Since you have recognized me as your master, then I will tell you something. In the future, if you see such high and mighty fairies roaming the martial arts world, beat them up until they run home crying." Yu Dilong nodded heavily. Because of this unintentional conversation between master and disciple tonight, in the following 100 years, no one dared to call themselves fairies. Chapter 1155. When Long was born in Bailiang. Even if he did not hear any Jianghu rumors or anecdotes, but no matter how ignorant he was, he still heard that there were many immortals living on Mount Wudong. Each of them had the demeanor of an immortal and could summon the wind and rain. Therefore, when he followed his master to climb the mountain this time, he was especially pious. Every time he met a Taoist priest on the mountain, regardless of whether they were old or young, he would stop and salute them. This made the Wudong Taoists who recognized Su Fingyan very terrified. Su Fingyan did not stop the child from being serious. This pure heart of a child might be the cornerstone of Wenlong's courageous progress on the path of martial arts in the future. A newborn calf was not afraid of any tiger. If he was lucky enough to survive once, he would definitely not survive the tiger's mouth every time. When Su Fingyan was climbing the mountain, he whispered to Yu Dilong, "If a person can be fearless in Jianghu, there are two kinds of people. The first kind is those who do not know the depth of Jianghu and are arrogant, or those who have some background and have something to rely on and look down on others. These people are as numerous as the hairs on a cow, and many of them die. The other kind is those who already know the dangers of Jianghu, whether it is their own understanding or the advice of their seniors, but they are stubborn and have a clear conscience. This kind of person is relatively rare, but the number of deaths is not small. Jianghu is such a place. It doesn't care whether you are good or bad. If you are not good in water or have bad luck, as long as you get involved, you will easily drown. In just a few years, most of the masters who died in my master's hands are the latter. Your junior apprentice sister Wang Sheng studies the sword, and she will not change in this lifetime. Since ancient times, there have been battles of will and Taoism. The person who said it most thoroughly and saw it the most clearly, that person used to cultivate on this mountain. The reason why he did not let Wang Sheng practice on the mountain was because he was afraid that it would be dark under the lamp, and she would not be able to see the mountain clearly. He simply let her go further away to look at the scenery. After all, her rise is very high. If she blindly spoils things through excessive enthusiasm, she may become an embroidered pillow like the Spring Invitation Cottage's sect master in the future. Your junior brother Lu Yunchang is extremely sharp, but he's also filled with bloodlust. Just by relying on joining the army at the border to kill people, his saber arts will only deteriorate as he kills. His martial path will become narrower and narrower. In the end, he will be caught in his own trap. Even if he has Gu Jiantong's talent, as long as he doesn't have Gu Jiantong's breadth of mind and vision, he will definitely not be able to master a top-grade saber art. That was why he was sent to the Fish Dragon Gang to train for a few years. The world was like a mirror, and the more you looked at someone, the more you wiped the mirror. Her heart was not his heart. You have to be an understanding person first. Only then can you understand how to use a saber. A saber has a single edge. It's more focused on killing intent than a sword. It's extremely hard and easy to break. If you don't understand anything, sooner or later you'll die by your own saber. As for you, you're still young. You might as well learn from that guy called Hong Shixiang on the mountain. There's no need to rush, and there's no need to force yourself to take that step. I only have the three of you as my disciples. Lu Yunchang will fight for the limelight, so it won't be your turn as the eldest senior brother for the time being. He would gladly carry your burden on his shoulders. In this world, other than the crown prince who's destined to sit on the dragon throne in the future, no one has to be successful. As long as you can protect yourself, you can live however you want, as long as you're happy. Among the three of you, Wang Sheng is a little different. Because she practices swordsmanship, out of selfishness, I put master's score on her and gave her a heavy burden. I have to make this clear to you. You can't hold a grudge against Wang Sheng because of this. Walking behind Su Fengnian on the steps, Lulong hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Master, I won't. I can't wait for junior sister to practice the most powerful swordsmanship. It doesn't matter if she's better than me." Su Fengnian stopped and turned back to look at Lulong. The child blushed slightly from being stared at. Su Fengnian joked, "You have a good eye. Ignoring everything else, you've already inherited master's teachings on this point." This child's physique had been enlightened at an early age and had reached the consummation stage. He was miles ahead of his master, Su Fengnian. Now that his ignorant thoughts were exposed, he scratched his head and pretended to be stupid. Su Fengnian looked into the distance and said softly, "If the three of you become successful in the future, you must remember two things. Wang Sheng and Lu Yunzhang should have a life and death battle between swords and sabers. You don't have to stop them from competing, but I hope you won't kill Lu Yunzhang in a fit of anger. Also, don't learn from master's womanizing ways, but not his heartlessness. Smart people fall in love, but if they're unlucky enough to meet a bad person, they'll suffer a fate worse than death. Whether it's true or not, there's almost no one who's comfortable. Look at Chao Chongqing and Xianyuan Jingcheng, and then look at the carefree Dong Tai." Su Fengnian stopped talking halfway. Yu Dilong heard half of it and waited for a long time, but he didn't continue. He looked up at his self-proclaimed heartless master. After Su Fengnian slowly came back to his senses, he rubbed Yu Dilong's head and asked with a smile, "Do you think it's your master's wife?" Yu Dilong stared blankly for a moment, but he quickly said decisively, "Pei Nanwei." Su Fengnian bent his finger and tapped the child's forehead. "It's not bad to help those close to you, but those who achieve great things are mostly neutral and peaceful. Master has suffered a lot in the past, so you have to learn from it." Yu Dilong sighed, his entire face scrunched up. He complained, "Master, you've said so many great principles today. I can't eat them all at once." Su Fengnian smiled and said that eating was a blessing, but he really didn't talk to his disciple anymore. The two of them silently climbed up the mountain. Under the secret instruction of Mount Qingliang, the local government donated several large sums of money to Mount Wudong. They also contributed a lot of manpower to help build a new Black Tortoise Hall, Guanxingge, Law Enforcement Bureau, and a series of other grand and elaborate buildings on the mountain. Furthermore, They also built an academy on the mountainside, a place with picturesque hills and limpid waters, where the immortal music of Taoist school was faintly discernible, intertwined with the sound of books, bringing out the best in each other. Some of the old and dilapidated buildings on Mount Wudong that couldn't be repaired were also given a new look. The incense on the mountain was already flourishing, and with the new Prince Liang's undisguised support, the pilgrims were ordinary people. It was impossible to tell whether or not Mount Wudong's celestial aura had increased, but the human and fiery aura was much more than before. Every 1st and 15th day of the month, there were many tourists, and the incense was flourishing. It could almost compete with Mount Longhu. After Su Fengnian met the old Jinren Qinyao, who was in charge of discipline, he settled down next to the elephant washing pond where he used to practice his saber. He didn't deliberately restrain the little dragon, allowing the child to wander around the mountain. Su Fengnian spent most of his time meditating on a huge rock in the middle of the pond. Finally, he stopped the qi in his body from collapsing for 1,000 li. The water level of the pond slowly rose back up. During this period of time, there was a constant stream of courier riders delivering redacted copies of the relatively important Wutongan documents to the mountain. In his spare time to stabilize his body, Su Fengnian would carefully read through each official document. Other than the courier riders delivering important government affairs, secret military affairs at the border were handed over to the experienced spies of the Fushui Bureau. Among the spies were some newly recruited Jianghu experts, all of whom had already been selected by Chu Lushan. It was unrealistic to have these people fight to the death on the battlefield, but to have them do some relaxing work, they would still be scrambling for it. Selecting Jianghu people to be elite courier soldiers was one of the suggestions put forward by Wang Wolfting, who had taken over the Golden Weaving Bureau from Li Shifeng. Apart from this, the Golden Weaving Bureau set up weaving departments in the other 3 prefectures. They could not personally participate in local governance, arresting thieves, or participating in impeachment, but they could help Mount Qingliang secretly report and supervise various affairs. At the same time, it was precisely because of Wang Wolfting's suggestion that the total of more than 20 academies in Liangling and Yuzhou, under the leadership of 3 leaders of the literary scene, evaluate 3 best articles of any genre each month. The winner would directly obtain an official position in Beiliang. There was something interesting about this. The literary giant in Liangzhou responsible for reviewing the articles was none other than Wang Chudong, who had written The First Snow. However, the articles that truly reached Su Fengnian's hands were mostly those abandoned articles that criticized the current political situation. Although many of the articles were biased in their point of view, even treacherous and heinous, these scholars had quietly put their names on Wutongan's archives. Even they themselves did not know that many of the resentful works that they had tossed into the wastepaper basket, those crumpled manuscripts, would appear on Mount Qingliang's study desk several days later. Su Fengnian's temporary thatched hut was practically lit at night. On a stormy, thunderous night, Su Fengnian finished reading all the reports from Beiliang's spies and the reports from Liang's residents that had been delivered to him. He picked out 3 and spread them out on the table. One came from Huaiyang Pass, where the border protectorate was located. It was personally written by Chu Lushan. It was said that one's handwriting was like one's person, but Chu Lushan's handwriting was extremely delicate and gentle, practically the handwriting of a woman. It was truly impossible to associate it with his bloated body. The secret letter reported the general progress of the refugees in Liuzhou. After Beiliang relaxed its border restrictions, the number of refugees entering the country had reached a peak. In a single month, the number of people crossing the border had reached 4,000. However, those who chose to enter Beiliang's army were few and far between, almost negligible. Only when the news that Su Fengnian, the king of Beiliang, had killed Wang Xianji spread out, and the newly appointed governor of Liuzhou, Yang Guangdou, added fuel to the fire. Finally, there was a large wave of people. In the short span of 10 days, 6,000 people had taken the initiative to request to join the army at the border. Chapter 1156. Although the spring and autumn period had been a long time ago, proving that there were no long-lived generals who could fight against 10,000 men. But an army with 10,000 men as its backbone was completely different. Su Fengnian, Chu Lushan, Yuan Zuozong, and the others did not think that the valiant refugees could form an army of their own in Liuzhou. They did not believe that they could defend against the charge of Beimeng's cavalry. With hundreds of thousands of refugees, it was true that everyone could mount a horse and fight. However, in a mature army, even after 10 to 20% of casualties, the army's morale would still be intact. These refugees seemed to have a large number, but in a real battle, not only would they not be able to withstand a single blow, they might even break up Beiliang's original formation. Therefore, the best situation was to scatter these refugees and send them to the border army. Then, a portion of Beiliang's elites would be transferred to Liuzhou. They would be the cornerstone of Liuzhou's defense against Beimeng's cavalry. However, this kind of thing could not be forced. Although the refugees did not have to worry about food and clothing after joining the army, it was still a job where one's head was tied to one's belt. No one was stupid. A bad life was better than a good death. Su Fengnian mocked himself. The title of number one in the world is still very useful. The secret letter also mentioned the conflicts between the refugees and the old soldiers after joining the army. There were even people who could not bear the humiliation and killed people in anger, almost causing a mutiny. In the letter, Chu Lushan said that as long as the refugees were involved, they would be executed. Su Fengnian sighed. Although the refugees who survived the pile of corpses were fierce and brave, they did not dare to cause trouble in Beiliang's army. Naturally, it was the old soldiers who looked down on the refugees first. It could be said that the deaths of these refugees were extremely wronged. However, Su Fengnian did not want to change Chu Lushan's decision. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. In the army camp, the old soldiers bullied the new soldiers. This was a bad habit that no leader could get rid of. If the old soldiers at the border bullied the new soldiers, they would be punished. However, if the new soldiers broke the rules, they would be killed. If the refugees wanted to stand out, they only had one chance, and that was to fight in the battlefield and win the respect of the old soldiers. They had to treat them as brothers and comrades. There was no other path for them to take. The second letter came from Wutongan. Li Yang carried out a large-scale extermination of Buddhism, so the number of displaced monks entering the country was as numerous as the carps crossing the river. It was inevitable that both mud and sand would sink together. Naturally, not everyone was an eminent monk who was wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism and did not stir up dust. The reason why they cultivated Buddhism was because they had not yet become Buddha. Among them, there were many famous monks who were used to living like princes. They used various channels to ask the government for the tax-exempt land granted by the temple. Nominally, they were praying for Su Fengnian, the prince of northern Liang's temple. There was a dispute in Wutongan because of this. Su Weisheng's opinion was that not only should they not open this mouth, they should also order the local government to severely reprimand these monks and expel them. Lu Qingyan's opinion was to appease them on the surface but secretly keep an eye on them. If they did not agree, they could just drag it out. There was no need to fall out with them. Su Fengnian rubbed his temples and smiled bitterly. One is ruthless, the other is kind. Both seem to be right. Let's just pretend we didn't see this. The third letter was very interesting. It came from Li Yang. There were many twists and turns in the process. In the end, they were able to enter Beiliang. Other than the fact that money could make ghosts drag the mill, they also had a lot of luck. Between Guangling Road and Nanjing was Lake Yinjiao. It was a man-made lake after Li Yang unified the world. It was said that it was used to suppress the dragon aura left behind by West Chu. There was an island in the lake. On the island, there was a warehouse that was heavily guarded. The warehouse was specially stored in a yellow book that was produced every 5 years by the various provinces of the dynasty. It recorded the household registration, farming, and labor situation of the various regions of Liang. But the world did not know that other than the yellow book of the head of the Ministry of Revenue in the capital, there was an even more obscure file. Other than the current Grand Secretary, not to mention the various government offices, even the 2 chief officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs could not read it. That was the book of the various armies. This originated from when the late emperor ordered the compilation of the duties of various ministries. Not only did he have to specify the exact amount of farmland in the world, he also had to protect military secrets. As a result, He made a compromise and hung the Yellow Book of Farming under the various ministries and provinces. Guangling Road was originally the granary of the world, and could be considered hidden. However, the number of farmland in both Liao and Liao was surprisingly large. There was no doubt that this was the reason for hanging up the Yellow Book. The current Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Mao, had asked the Marquis Gongliang, who was in charge of Lake Yanjiao, for a list of names. This imperial relative impeached him according to the rules. Lu Mao, who was slow to realize this, successively submitted a letter of apology. However, he was still unable to keep his position as Right Assistant Minister. He was demoted to Yanqi Road, a wild and desolate place where miasma overflowed. In the end, he died of old age in his post. This time, because of the influence of Westchu's revival, Lake Yanjiao began to move north on a large scale. During this time, there was not a single original copy of the book, but for no reason, there were many copies of the program. Most of them flowed into Guangling Road, while a small number were scattered among the common people. The Bailiang spies planted in the territory half bought and half robbed from a group of Jianghu people, and obtained a cup of soup. The numbers on the Yellow Book were dead, but those who were observant could see that many things were alive. Chapter 1157. It just so happened that Su Fengnian had obtained a large stack of intelligence reports from the Fushui room on the military town of Guangling over the years. Su Fengnian originally knew that the Zhao family's emperor had appointed the old Grand Preceptor of Westchu, Sun Shiji, as the administrator. It seemed like he was letting the tiger return to the mountain, but in reality, he was inviting the tiger into the jar so that he could catch the big turtle in the jar. However, looking at the truth that had been carefully analyzed, Su Fengnian could be sure of one thing. Those garrison generals who complained to their subordinates that the court lacked pay were all righteous and confident. They said that the court was too biased toward the two Liao defense lines, but in reality, it was just them filling their own pockets. Under the joint leadership of Zhang Julu and the Minister of Revenue Wang Xiongui, who was extremely skilled at turning stone into gold, the court had never treated the garrison troops in the territory unfairly. It was not strange to say that the local garrison troops were making a ruckus, and that the child who knew how to shout would get milk. But in Su Fengnian's view, the manners of these generals of the Guangling path were really terrible to a shocking level. However, this was Zhang Julu reaping what he had sown. At the beginning, it was he who had single-handedly created the situation of Southerners going up north as ministers, Northerners going down south as generals. Although this action had separated the two powerful groups in Jiangnan and the north from their respective areas, after those northern generals had been led to Guangling Path, they had the support of the neighboring families near the place where the Zhao family had risen. How could these martial artists, who were proud of the fact that their father's generation had built the country, have good table manners? Guangling Path was also the place where the court had taken the lead in squeezing out criminals. How could they have any fear? After more than a dozen years, almost every position with real power had been taken by turns to plunder and plunder. Who cared about the people's livelihood and public opinion? Su Fengnian said quietly. Too much is as bad as not enough. Su Fengnian rose and walked to a wall. On the wall hung a geographical map that included the old Chu territory and the entire southern part of the capital. If the name was not legitimate, the words would not be reasonable. If the words were not reasonable, the matter would not be accomplished. Currently, both Liang and Westchu could be considered legitimate rulers. The former was sitting on the country and wanted to quell the rebellion, while the latter was waving the banner of the orthodox Central Plains. This was not 200 years after the fall of the country, but only 20 years later. When Westchu was destroyed, even the historians believed that the emperor, the officials, and the common people did not deserve to live. The destruction of Westchu was even more lamented by countless scholars as the sinking of the divine land. Su Fengnian looked at the map. It was different from the usual rough maps of the territory. The geography of the mountains and rivers, and the military towns were extremely detailed. As long as there was a possibility of a military base being used, there was not a single place left out. Furthermore, the number of soldiers and residents of each place were clearly marked and often changed at the last minute. On this map, there were hidden movements and stillness. The ones that were still were Prince Jingnan's various troops and horses, as well as the temporary assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Xingxiang's tent, which was temporarily conferred the title of Great General, Yang Xinxing's infantry, which was mainly 40,000 elite troops, and Yan Zhenchuan's cavalry, which was mainly 30,000 troops. It was said that Lu Xingxiang's Yolu Pass was difficult to issue military orders. Yang Xinxing's troops were in the Xiyu area, eyeing covetously. Behind this veteran General Chuanqiu was a large group of nobles and aristocrats waiting to be fed. Xiyu had many mountains and rivers, as well as many tunnels and valleys. It was neither a dead place for military strategists, nor a lonely place. They were connected by the same breath and branches. As for Yan Zhenchuan's Dongyu Plain, it was a plain. The terrain was flat and wide. Although there was no danger to take refuge in, it had been convenient for cavalry troops since ancient times. If it were not for the fact that Yan Zhenchuan rarely interacted with the nobles and aristocrats in the capital, there would be more people who would want to join old General Yan's army, so that they could gain more military merits earlier. Anyway, the remnants of West Chu could be crushed with a snap of the fingers. When the time came, how could the two-legged foot soldiers run faster than the cavalry troops on horseback? The three troops did not move for the time being. However, according to the latest spy report, West Chu's military strength had been surging in the dark. Other than the south, which was relatively quiet, the old capital's military strength had spread out in all directions. This was especially so in the north, where there was no fixed number. At a glance, it was like a headless fly flying around, full of obvious flaws. Su Fengnian squinted at the map, trying to guess Chao Chongqing, the Confucian general who did not shine during the Chuanqiu period. Su Fengnian was in Beiliang. Although he was only a defender after his father's generation had conquered the country, he knew the importance of an ambush. The thousands of armored soldiers in Mount Qingcheng and the two groups of horse gang at the border were like this. It was the same for the cavalry troops that were placed in the western region to drive the troops up north. When placed in a battle, it also required accurate input of the following troops. This was why the heavy cavalry could make the final decision on the battlefield. In the past few years around the Old West Chu, there had always been many roaming bandits crossing the border and causing trouble. The fact that the Prince of Guangling Zhao Yi's troops could maintain a relatively high fighting strength was largely due to the contributions of these training targets. This was why Zhao Yi did not think highly of the Prince of Yanqi and claimed that he could challenge the Beiliang cavalry. Among the vassals, the Prince of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, had the geographical advantage of being at the border. However, under the double suppression of the court and Gu Jiantang, he could not fight the Beimang head-on. His combat strength had been declining in these years. Su Fengnian was searching for the location of Chao Chongqing's elite troops. He believed that the leaders of the Ministry of War in Great Peace City were also looking with wide eyes. In the past, De Chu, who wanted to rule the world, had the war Saint Jiang Baikue as a stabilizing force. More importantly, he had many good generals, 120,000 great halberd warriors, and a large cavalry army that had been fed with gold and silver. Both light and heavy cavalry were invincible. Now the great halberd warriors of West Chu had disappeared, and the new heavy cavalry had not surfaced. The forces that appeared on the map were mainly the 20,000 rebels, in charge of guarding the old capital of West Chu, and the 80,000 soldiers in the various military towns and passes. The roaming bandits hidden in various places were conservatively estimated to be no less than 30,000 people. Their combat strength was far above the 80,000, and they were on par with the 20,000 troops. However, when two countries fought, the foundation supported by the people and the power of the country was very important. With reputation, there would be sources of soldiers. The people were willing to fight for it. Only with wealth could one not lose in terms of equipment. Two armies of roughly equal strength, the number of weapons, and the quality of their armor were enough to decide the outcome, unless one side's general made a fatally stupid order. But the problem was that almost no one could be sure whether there were thousands or tens of thousands of West Chu survivors who would die for the Jiang character. Su Fengnian's gaze shifted further north, where Gu Jiantang's 300,000 border troops were, the true elite of the Liang dynasty. Su Fengnian slowly retracted his gaze and turned his head to look at the border between western Shu and southern Zhao, two of the best soldiers in the Liang dynasty. One had nothing to do and did not dare to go north, nor could he go south. The other was looking for trouble, using the Huangmu rebellion as an excuse to bring troops south. It was said that he only brought 800 soldiers. Su Fengnian sat back down at the table and closed his eyes in concentration. There was no map of Liang Meng's confrontation hanging in the room, because there was no need to look at it. It was all engraved in his mind. There was also no need for him, the king of Beiliang, to do his utmost in military affairs at the border. The reason was very simple. After nearly 20 years of hard work, the defense of Beiliang's border had reached the pinnacle. If the northern Mang only sent 400,000 soldiers from the southern dynasty to the south, Beiliang would eat them up without hesitation. If Bei Mang sent all of its troops south, it would be nothing more than a battle to the death. Of course, it could also be understood as helplessly waiting for death. To put it nicely, it would be mutual destruction. Su Fengnian walked out of the room and came to the side of the elephant washing pond. The small path was paved with cobblestones in the pond, tight and orderly. After being washed by the rain and pond water year after year, the cobblestones, which were originally not very sharp, had become even smoother and rounder. Su Fengnian took off his boots and held them in his hands. He slowly walked on the cobblestone path, a cool but not cold comfortable feeling seeping into the soles of his feet. Su Fengnian jumped onto a large stone and lay down, looking at the starry sky and closing his eyes. How many tens of thousands of people on the Guangling Road would not survive this autumn? How many tens of thousands of Beiliang would not survive the next autumn? Chapter 1158. In the main general's tent outside Yulu Pass, the atmosphere was heavy and strange. An urgent military report was delivered by the Liu family's personal guards. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Liu Xingxiang, was sitting behind the table. His expression did not change as his finger gently stroked a commander's seal. Inside the tent, the generals and captains were divided into two groups. Most of these generals were brought to the capital by Assistant Minister Liu from Guangling Circuit. There was no doubt about their loyalty and ability. Some of them were steady old men who had been nurtured by the flames of war during the spring and autumn period. Some were talented military officers who were in the prime of their lives and were eager to make progress. There were also a few young captains who were promoted as exceptions. A trusted subordinate who was sent to be a coachman rushed into the tent with his butt on fire. None of the guards stopped him. Liu Xingxiang did not even bat an eyelid. He just lowered his head and looked at the old map that was taken from the Ministry of Revenue with great difficulty. It was funny that even though Gu Lu had kept the Ministry of War for many years, he could not find a map of the southern part of the capital that satisfied Liu Xingxiang. However, he could easily find a few hundred maps of the border between the two Liao provinces. Guodongfeng, who smelled of horse urine, glared at his peers who were rejoicing in his misfortune, and asked loudly, "General, did that Yang Xinqing eat the wrong medicine? Why did he take the initiative to hastily advance towards the south? Is he so confident that he can break through Yufeng Pass, cross the Qinshui crossing, and then take down the most important town in the north of Guangling Road, Xiaoxiao? If he rushes in like this, what will happen to our two armies? General, what do you think? Are we going to watch him lead a bunch of hedonistic sons to their deaths? Or are we going to accompany them in playing with fire? Damn it, 40,000 soldiers and horses, that is the last of Southern Ji army. Once they cross the Qinshui crossing, before they reach Biao Town, that place has always been the Qingyang Basin. A place where battles have been fought since ancient times. Now we are completely in the dark about the mobilization of soldiers in Guangling Circuit. Where did this old man get the confidence to penetrate deep into that place alone? No matter how useless West Chu is, they can at least squeeze out 8,000 to 9,000 soldiers who can fight, right? What if the garrison general of Biao Town is faking his surrender? As the great general of An Kingdom, you will be defeated by such a clumsy strategy to lure the enemy. At that time, won't you be the one to take the blame? Liu Xingxiang did not even raise his head as he said calmly, "First of all, we can confirm that the arrogant guard General Han Penglai is not faking his surrender. Secondly, they had 40,000 elite soldiers from Jinan, and their supplies were perfect. The great general of An Kingdom was good at organizing his army, and he was good at advancing his army step by step. even if they were faced with an army of 8,000 to 9,000 cavalrymen. As long as there were no heavy cavalrymen launching a surprise attack, they would not necessarily lose. In the end, no one dared to say whether or not the remnants of West Chu would be able to deploy nearly 10,000 cavalry at the front line of Buxiaoqingyang. Because of geographical limitations, West Chu had always fought on foot in the west and on horseback in the east. Of course, if you meet a lunatic, it's hard to say. Guo Dongfeng stiffened his neck and said, but the Ministry of War's established strategy is to let the Duke of Huainan Zhaoying, who is stationed at the slippery platform, and the King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, who is stationed at Haoao Lake, launch the attack at the same time. No matter whether they succeed or not, it should be Zhao Yi, Prince of Guangling's turn next. How could it be Yang Xinxing's turn? Lu Shengxiang angrily rebuked. You think you can call the name of the vassal king? Scram back to feed your horses. Guo Dongfeng shrunk his neck and obediently left the tent. Soon, he lifted the curtain and poked his head out, asking curiously, General, may I ask where that Commander Chao Chongqing, Zhou Song, Pei Hongji and the other elders are now? Lu Shengxiang continued to stare at the map. It was a young general from the Guangling Spring Snow Building who laughed softly and said, Chao Chongqing is personally watching the Guangling army. Zhou Song and Pei Hongji are not near the northern line. One is guarding the Huai River, the other is guarding the river. Guo Dongfeng made a no sound and turned to leave, muttering to himself, it seems that West Chu is not Dechu after all. They no longer have the courage to fight outside their borders. Waiting for Guo Dongfeng to walk far away, Lu Shengxiang raised his head to look at an old man in a scholarly robe who stood out like a crane among chickens. He asked, has Zhao Guo's side found any traces of horse movement on the Guangling Road's northern line? The old man helplessly said, it's difficult. The war hasn't even started yet, but more than 40 spies from the imperial court have died. In addition to the 20 or so people who betrayed us before, this is not a good sign. Lu Shengxiang made a no sound and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to leave. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, who led the general, glanced at the military report. On it, there was a general explanation of the reasons for sending troops down south. The wording was beautiful and the style was exquisite. Naturally, it was not something that Yang Xinxing could write. Even if Lu Shengxiang used his but to think, he knew that it was the work of someone who was familiar with military books. Although the south of the capital is the central province of the world, the stone of hegemony, it cannot be accepted. It must be guarded outside the borders. The reason for the fall of southern Tang cannot be ignored. Lu Shengxiang softly said, armchair strategist, screw your mother. The first year of Xiangfu autumn-summer. The summer heat was over, and the weather was turning cold. Chapter 1159. Finally, there was a refreshing feeling of autumn. This made the nearly 1,000 new soldiers who had hurriedly joined the army in the middle of summer feel relieved of a heavy burden. Their sickly expressions were swept away, and they immediately became more energetic. Especially when the army was crossing the Qin River to the south, these young men, who were mostly riding tall and fine horses, did not care about the river crossing formation. One after another, they donned bright armor and galloped on the Hebei shore, competing in riding skills. In fact, not long after these people joined the army, many of them had the idea of returning to the capital to enjoy life. This was because the military camp was too smelly. It was worse than a pigsty, and it was not easy to bathe. Previously, in the middle of summer, these young men had personally experienced the power of being covered in fleas. This was far from the beautiful original intention in their hearts of two armies facing each other and killing the enemy, if not for the elders in their families persuading them in every way possible, and at the same time continuously sending large amounts of prohibited items through their connections. These descendants of nobles, marquises, generals, and ministers would have to pinch their noses and continue to suffer in the old General Yang Xinxing's army. Almost all of the thousands of connections that grew up under the emperor's feet brought their personal guards and retainers. This allowed the general of an kingdom to have 3,000 elite cavalry under his command. When the army went south, more than a dozen young masters of noble families went to ask Yang Xinxing for permission to be the vanguard. The old general smiled and gave a bunch of excuses. He also vowed that these 3,000 cavalry were his trump card. A good knife should be used on the edge of the knife. The tall and sturdy Yang Shunxing stood on the south shore with one hand on his knife. Beside him, the eldest son Yang Huchen, who had followed his father for more than 20 years, had a bitter expression. He looked at the young men riding their horses and said softly, "Father, I don't know which young man said that when the army is crossing the river, we have to be careful of enemy attacks. Therefore, they want to help the roaming cavalry protect the emperor. Don't these kids know about the matter of scouts? In this way, other than disrupting the formation and delaying the crossing of the river, there is no use at all." There was even the second son of the Marquis of Guanyi, who asked me if I could allow him to challenge the enemy general when the two armies were fighting. What kind of nonsense is this? I don't know what kind of nonsense novel he read. Also, the eldest son of Count Zhenting objected. He said that marching 50 li a day was too slow, and even used the analogy of a turtle crawling. He said that during the spring and autumn war, it was common for the light cavalry to travel 300 li a day and a night. There was really no way to reason with them. Father, their 3,000 cavalry may look majestic, but they are actually incapable of accomplishing anything. The white-haired Yang Shunxing was extremely imposing as he lectured. I know what I'm doing. Huchun, you mustn't show any dissatisfaction in the future. Yang Huchun smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Yang Shunxing restrained her rigid expression and said earnestly, "On the eastern front, Gu Jiantang is in charge of military affairs. On the western front, the young man named Su from Bailiang is in charge. Neither of them is easy to deal with. The world is peaceful, so how hard is it to achieve military merits?" The remnants of West Chu had rebelled, and the southern line had appeared out of nowhere. This kind of opportunity was something that father had risked half of his life to forcefully snatch. When it came to relationships and seniority, most of the children on the north bank would call you uncle. But these brats, although they were warm and attentive, they were cold and hard to please. You mustn't do bad things out of good intentions, and cause us to give them military exploits. If they don't appreciate it, they won't take our Yang family's kindness into consideration. Yang Huchen nodded his head gloomily. Yang Shunxing patted the shoulder of the son who had high hopes for him and smiled. Let's not talk about other things. If it weren't for the operation of these young men's parents, we wouldn't have been able to get those 5,000 good horses. The old soldiers of southern Ji are only known for fighting on foot. This time, my grandson has had his fill of riding. And this grandson is much more tactful than you. He has already started to call many of the people in the capital who were not familiar with him. This is a great thing. Yang Huchen finally smiled. Yang Shunxing sighed softly. When a tiger is in a cage for a long time, it will inevitably have to retract its claws. Not everyone can leave the cage. Look at the dragon general Su Gong of the Gumusu family. He missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although you are one rank lower than him now, it will be hard to say in the future. Yang Huchen nodded his head. Yang Shunxing removed his sword and turned to point to the south. The old antiques of West Chu that father likes, like Pei Hongji of the Pei family, as well as Zhou Song and Zhu Yinliang, are still being held back in the south-central part of Guangling Road according to secret reports. Cao Chongqing is going to confront Zhao Yi. As long as we attack the Baiao military town in one go and snatch the merit on hand, victory will be in our grasp. Afterwards, whether we advance or retreat, the imperial court will have a lot of leeway. As for the criticism from the Ministry of War, can it compare to the spittle of the imperial court elders behind the soldiers of the dukes and marquises on the north bank? As for Lu Xingxiang, let's forget about him. He is just an assistant minister of the Ministry of War from the Spring Snow Building. He is not worth mentioning. The only small variable is whether or not there will be people at Qingyang Basin who are brave enough to come and stop us. Yang Huchen smiled. It's good that they came. That child Wenqi is holding his breath. In the future, our Yang family will not rely on me, but on this Confucian general. Yang Shunxing nodded and suddenly sneered. Cao Chongqing is a Confucian general. Unfortunately, his fate is not good. The northern border town of Guangling was noisy. Han Pinglai, the garrison general who first rebelled against Li Yang and then West Chu, died suddenly. After his head was cut off, it was placed on the priceless red sandalwood desk. Other than his trusted subordinates, Zhao Go, 6 senior spies, and more than 300 people from a Jianghu sect died with him. The new owner of the general's mansion was a handsome young master, who had a reputation for being a romantic and elegant man in Guangling. He was the eldest grandson of the Pei family, one of the 10 great clans of spring and autumn, Pei Sui. Pei Sui ordered someone to take away the head that died with remaining grievances, and methodically began to take over the affairs of the military town. He did not show any unfamiliarity after taking over a magpie's nest. He was extremely familiar with the military affairs here. Pei Sui gripped his brush tightly and said in a deep voice, "It all depends on you, Xie Shibian. Everyone in the world is watching this battle. 40,000 old soldiers of Jinan. We must take them all." Chapter 1160. The 40,000 old soldiers of Jinan safely passed through the Green Vine Basin. Old General Yang Shenxing even stopped his horse on a high slope at the border and looked back. He seemed to be relieved that they did not encounter any ambush, but also disappointed that they did not encounter any tough battle. This great general of An Kingdom had many secrets, and he did not even tell his son, Yang Huchen. The son was not as good as the grandson. His grandson, Yang Wenqi, was the only talented commander in the family, but he was too young. Yang Shenxing did not wish for this child to be tainted by the schemes of the officialdom. His son Yang Huchen was only a talented general, so it was useless to say more. As a matter of fact, the victory of Yang clan's army in southern Ji had nothing to do with the overall situation. Even if Chao Zhongqing had the intention of having a good start, he would only have his eyes on Yan Zhenchuan, the fat piece of meat. Only by wiping out the 30,000 cavalrymen on the eastern Yu plain could he prevent himself from being humiliated by others. Yang Shenxing smiled. The reason why Yan Zhenchuan was not willing to accept those young men who had never gone into battle was not because he did not have a good relationship with the nobles and officials in the capital, but also because he was clear about his dangerous situation. He did not dare to take the opportunity to build a good relationship with the influential families in Great Peace City. If a few dozen young men from aristocratic families died, it would be the same as offending a few dozen influential families in the capital. On the battlefield, who would care about the status of your parents? When they were in a killing frenzy, a head was a military merit. Yang Shenxing was thinking about how to find new opportunities to feed those playboys after he took over the command of the Baiao army town. When the old general heard a series of sharp whistles, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He leaped onto his horse and rode towards the south. A rider broke into the formation, and no one stopped him. It was an elite scout from Jinan. At the moment, he was seriously injured, and there was an arrow stuck in his back. Scouts were all light and fast riders. In order to pursue the fastest speed, other than the crossbows and sabers that were necessary for close combat, they would not wear any armor. Yang Shenxing spurred his horse and rushed to the spot where the scout had fallen. The middle-aged scout, whose name Yang Shenxing knew, was already dead. Yang Huchen, who had arrived earlier, held the scout's warm body and clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to report the situation, Yang Shenxing waved his hand. Yang Huchen knew the severity of the situation, so he ordered someone to carry the body away. He then rode side by side with his father. When they came to a secluded area, Yang Huchen's face darkened, and he said with a deep voice, "Father, only one of the 6 scouts who went to Baiao Army Town has returned. The Chu's flag have been erected on the city wall, and 3 trenches. They have done their best. What I'm afraid is that this group of West Chu remnants will place all their cavalry near Baiao in one breath." Yang Shenxing sneered. "Of course not. Baiao can only place 3,000 cavalry. Any more, and they can only put on a show. 3,000 cavalry plus 6 to 7,000 rebels in the city. They can defend the city, but if they take the initiative to attack, their brains will be kicked by a donkey. What I'm afraid of now is that they have their eyes on the supply line behind us. After the Qinshui River crossing, there will be another Qingyang Basin." Yang Huchen asked cautiously, "Father, should we retreat to the north bank of the Qinshui River crossing? With the river as a barrier, even if the enemy has the advantage of cavalry, they will not be able to use it. Whether we attack or defend, we still have the initiative. At most, we will just lose the first merit." Yang Shenxing's face was as calm as water. but he did not say anything. At this time, a new group of scouts came back with military intelligence. They brought back a piece of news that made Yang Xinxing and Yang Huchen, father and son, feel was absurd. Outside Baiao's strategic town, 2,000 light cavalry had begun to advance northward at high speed. Very soon, they would collide head-on with them. The speed of Jinan's infantry moving southward was moderate. They could not be said to be advancing step by step, but they were not flustered when facing all kinds of enemy attacks. They were far from being an exhausted army. Furthermore, under Yang Xinxing's command, there were also 4,000 light cavalry that had been honing their strength for a long time. Yang Xinxing felt it was somewhat funny. Where did the enemy come from? Did they read too many military books and become stupid? Did they think that when facing the expeditionary infantry, as long as they had cavalry in their hands, they could wantonly pounce on them? Yang Xinxing smiled and ordered, Huchen, let Wenqi be the vanguard and lead 2,000 cavalry. You personally lead 3,000 cavalry behind. If our 3,000 cavalry take the initiative to ask for orders, you might as well agree and let them pick up the merit. It's also good to see some blood. When they return to the capital, they can boast about it to their gang of friends. Also, let people pay attention to the movements in Qingyang Basin. These hotheads from West Chu who have been reading military books for more than 10 years may do something that makes people not know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Huchen took the order and left. Yang Xinxing rode the horse forward slowly, and then climbed up a hastily built simple watchtower. The old general held the rough railing, and was somewhat emotional. In the spring and autumn war, when two armies faced each other, the time, place, and people were advantageous. He had once fought side by side with several people from Bailiang, which was really pleasing to the eye. Yuan Zuozong's cavalry charge. Even though they were inferior in number, in the eyes of the onlookers, they still had the momentum of a lion hunting a rabbit. Chu Lushan brought up the rear to block. No matter how many tens of thousands of people were chasing after him, this fat pig would never make people feel worried. As for Chen Jibao's army, he gave hundreds of precise orders in a battle. Every commandant in every camp was like an arm to him. The reason why the current emperor only had eyes for this little butcher was because it was Chen Jibao who had won the absolute victory against Yi Baikue in the spring and autumn war in a battle of more than 100,000 soldiers. Moreover, he won without any hesitation, which was called clean and neat. Yang Xinxing sighed. How could the old man not know the surname of the greatest hero of the spring and autumn war? It was just that the cripple won on the battlefield and lost in the court. He could not blame others. Chapter 1161. Yang Xinxing made a sound of surprise. After the two cavalry armies with roughly the same number of people each broke into their own formation, the other side did not collapse like a landslide under Wenqi's charge. They still had the strength to fight? The old general was originally worried that this was the enemy's plan to lure them in. Wenqi was young and impetuous. If their cavalry suffered too many losses here, it would not be good. The old man laughed self-deprecatingly. After all, this is not the time when we fought West Chu. How could there be so many bloody battles to the death? Yang Xinxing quietly watched the situation on the battlefield. When the old man saw the elite cavalry that his son had secretly mocked as 3,000 cavalry charge out, he nodded. Huchen had released them to charge out at the right time. Wenqi and the enemy's losses were about 2 to 3. Firstly, Wenqi was not decisive enough when he had the advantage, and could not immediately expand the results of the battle. Secondly, this batch of enemy cavalry should be the elite troops that West Chu had spent a lot of money to raise. They were trying to use a victory to boost the morale of the entire West Chu army. Yang Xinxing frowned. The 3,000 cavalry were charging with such a huge advantage, yet they were still so hesitant. In the old man's vision, the 3,000 cavalry were buried in a large pile of corpses. Their charging speed was clearly much slower. Their horsemanship was not good, but it was more likely that they were frightened by the sight of so many limbs and broken bones that were still alive a moment ago. In less than an hour, the clamorous cavalry had left behind more than 600 corpses. His grandson Yang Wenqi's cavalry had purposely opened up a path for them to pursue, while Yang Huchen continued to advance at a constant speed. After the initial discomfort of the 3,000 cavalrymen, their fathers were after all meritorious generals who had survived the battlefield. Only a generation had passed, and it was far from being completely diluted. The 3,000 cavalrymen were all descendants of generals, and under the careful protection of their personal squires, everyone fought to be the first. Yang Shenxing smiled and said softly, "At least there is a little bit of the bravery of your fathers and ancestors fighting for their lives on the battlefield." Yang Shenxing held the guardrail, and his expression suddenly changed. The earth trembled. This was not the small-scale trembling that the Jinan light cavalry brought. It was the armored cavalry, the real heavy cavalry. It wasn't that Yang Shenxing didn't covet the kind of heavy cavalry that could intimidate people just by looking at them. It was just that she didn't have a big horse that could carry heavy loads, and she didn't have enough money to support and maintain it. Moreover, there were no real plains in her territory that she could gallop on. If she lacked one of the three, she could only dream about it. Owning a troop of over 1,000 heavy cavalry was an obsession that almost every cavalry general with real power couldn't give up. Yang Shenxing's face darkened. "Do you really think my Jinan soldiers are made of paper if you don't join the Dongyu Plains?" A black torrent appeared in his field of vision. Yang Shenxing heaved a sigh of relief. Although it seemed like an irresistible force, it was only 1,000 or so cavalry. It wouldn't affect the overall situation. Both of them were fresh and full of stamina. Now it would be a battle to see who was stronger, between Hu Chen's 3,000 light cavalry and the enemy's 1,000 heavy cavalry. The young General Yang Wenqi naturally sensed the enemy's heavy cavalry entering the formation earlier than his grandfather Yang Shenxing. He shook off the blood on the tip of his spear. He didn't recklessly form a formation to stop them. Instead, he sent someone to order the 3,000 cavalry who were lying on the back of their horses to immediately retreat. Furthermore, they must not turn around and retreat. They must make a path for his father Yang Huchen's 3,000 light cavalry. Of course, at the same time, it was also convenient for the enemy's heavy cavalry to charge forward. However, he chose the lesser of two evils. It was better than having his 3,000 cavalry trapped in the middle. Not only would they be killed by the heavy cavalry, they would also have to obstruct the charge of his father's 3,000 cavalry. When that time came, his own 6,000 men would be in a mess. How could they withstand the huge charge of the enemy's red-armored cavalry? Yang Wenqi looked at the hedonistic sons who were busy stabbing the enemy's light cavalry off their horses with their spears. Some of them even laughed loudly, and purposely poked the air with their spears, teasing the enemy soldiers who were dodging under their horses. Yang Wenqi was furious. He quickly rode forward and lightly stabbed the armor of a son of an aristocratic family with his spear. He shouted angrily, "Raise your head and look ahead. If you don't want to die, then retreat according to my orders." Fortunately, the 1,000 heavy cavalry charging out could not chase after the 5,000 cavalry scattered on the battlefield. Under the protection of Yang Wenqi's light cavalry and the retainers of the aristocratic families, the majority of them successfully retreated. However, there were still several hundred young masters who were charging at the front who were slightly dazed. When they came to their senses, they only turned around and fled in a straight line, leaving the 1,000 heavy cavalry with a swagger behind them. Yang Wenqi's eyes were red. He saw several familiar figures among the several hundred cavalry. These people were all from Great Peace City, who lived in the mansions of marquises and dukes. Yang Wenqi gritted his teeth, and had the old soldiers who had fought with his grandfather lead the 300 personal cavalry to save those bastards. Yang Wenqi retreated in an arc, tears streaming down his face. He could not bear to look at the scene behind him. Yang Huchen rode at the front and shouted angrily, "Kill!" Yang Shenxing's eyes widened. His hands holding the railing could not stop trembling, his veins bulging. As the 1,000 heavy cavalry came out of the water, another 1,000 light cavalry charged out from the left and right flanks. Yang Shenxing was not an immortal, so he could not change the situation of the battle. Without needing him to say anything, the old soldiers of South Ji County started to form a defensive formation under the lead of their captains. A group of light cavalry of aristocratic families barely dodged the impact of the charging heavy cavalry. When they were retreating crazily from a different route, they still could not catch up with the black tide. They could only watch the heavy cavalry from the side as they kept leaping over their shoulders. The heavy cavalry was fully equipped with armors and carried only a spear. Their expressions could not be seen. Other than the muffled sound of horse hooves, there was no sound at all. Then, from the side of the battlefield, they saw countless South G County cavalries being knocked away by the heavy cavalry. Many of them were knocked away together with their horses. There were even 2 old soldiers of Yang clan who were pierced through by a spear, and their spears only created some sparks on the armor of the enemy cavalries before they slid away. Only those who were lucky enough to pierce through the gap of the bright red vest with their spears were able to knock the enemy off their horses. However, for those enemies who were destined to fall off their horses, their spears were still able to easily pierce through the South G County cavalries in front of them, as if they were tofu. Looking from afar, rows of corpses that were killed on the back of the horses were brazenly knocked away, fell to the ground, and then were trampled into a pile of meat paste. Yang Shenxing's face was filled with disbelief. He widened his eyes and wondered why his side did not even have the strength to fight back. How difficult was it to train a heavy cavalry that was not a burden on the battlefield, but could decide the outcome with a single strike? Yang Shenxing was extremely furious. Half of it was because of the surprise brought to him, the general of An Kingdom, by the remnants of West Chu, and the other half was because the enemy had underestimated them when they chose to use the old soldiers of South G County as their breakthrough point. Chapter 1162. Because it was more than 5,000 words, it was a bit late. After the summer of the first year of Xiangfu, there was a piece of news that shook the court. The great general of An Country, Yang Shenxing, faced an enemy of less than 10,000 people. The 40,000 Jinan elite soldiers were defeated again and again. First, he lost almost half of his cavalry and retreated to Qingyang Basin. Being attacked from the front and back, his cavalry was completely wiped out. After this battle, Yang Shenxing, who had lost his integrity in his old age, became a rat on the street. In Great An City, other than the Ministry of War that Liu Baijie was in charge of, the other 5 ministries and 2 imperial censors all started wave after wave of accusations against the old general. They all had reason and evidence, saying that he had ignored the orders of the main general, Lu Xingxiang, and had gone south without permission. After going south, they revealed that this person was old. Not only did he not have a good command of the troops, he was also muddle-headed in the direction of the troops. Facing the remaining forces of West Chu, he was reduced to a state where he could not even take a single blow. Where was the invincible Li Yang? Where was the prestige of the nation? Yang Shenxing did not have the time to care about the unrest in the court. The old general and his 40,000 Jinan infantrymen that were still intact had become a turtle in a jar. Even he felt it was absurd and laughable. No matter how the white-haired great general tried to hide it, he still showed an aged appearance. The eldest son, Yang Huchen, had survived the cavalry battle more than a decade ago, but had lost an arm. His grandson, Yang Wenqi, had also been heavily injured in the battle 6 days ago. Even now, he was still lying on his sickbed with the stench of medicine. Yang Shenxing had never fought such a humiliating battle. It was not a big deal that Huchen's 3,000 light cavalry could not win against the 1,000 heavy cavalry. Victory and defeat were common in the military. It was Yang Shenxing who had let down his guard and violated the taboo of the military. The old man did not have many complaints. However, the development of the situation made General Nguo almost kill someone. The 3,000 soldiers who did not suffer too many casualties in the first cavalry battle actually requested to leave the army immediately after witnessing the power of the heavy cavalry's charge. They passed through Qingyang Basin and retreated to the north of Qinshui and Jindu. Yang Shenxing did not reject them. He only suggested that they slowly retreated with the infantry to prevent the enemy's light cavalry from launching an attack. Unexpectedly, after receiving the news, those bastards agreed to it verbally, brought their personal guards and retainers and fled to the north in the middle of the night. After receiving the news, Yang Shenxing had no choice but to move his camp and follow them to the north. He also ordered his grandson Yang Wenqi to dispatch almost all the cavalry to escort them. Yang Shenxing could only hope that the main general of West Chu, who was in charge of the eastern battle, could not seize the opportunity to separate their infantry and cavalry. He did not even hesitate to have the vanguard pretend to be attacking Biao's army. However, in the early morning of the second day, his grandson, who was covered in blood, only brought back a few hundred southern Ji cavalry. The 3,000-plus chief culprits, his grandfather's soldiers, were safe and sound. Young Wenqi, who had a large piece of flesh cut off from his shoulder, wept silently. He said that the enemy's light cavalry were very good at night battles. They had split into several groups, and not only did they attack their hastily prepared Southern Ji cavalry, they even purposely drove the 3,000 cavalry, who could not even be considered as useless, southward to disrupt their formation. Yang Wenqi's cavalry could only form a battalion of 300 men, and sent them to their deaths in batches. Only then did they manage to protect the 2,800 men who deserved to die, but could not die. After his grandson fainted, Yang Xinxing interrogated a few lieutenant commanders who were defeated and turned back. The old general was getting more and more terrified. According to them, not only were the enemy cavalry good at ambushing at night, they were also skilled in archery. They could even imitate the hunting tactics of Baimeng barbarians in the outer perimeter. They did not get close to the enemy, nor did they stay far away. They always maintained a distance of 2 arrows, charging forward with 1 arrow, shooting out a rain of arrows, and then retreating. This kind of wandering tactic that lacked cohesion was not invulnerable. If his grandson Yang Wenqi had just left the 3,000 cavalrymen behind, he would not have had to pay such a huge and bloody price. After that, there were no more movements from Yang Xinxing's side. Only small groups of cavalrymen were wandering far away from the encirclement leisurely, shooting down the scouts who tried to send out military intelligence. Once Yang Xinxing showed any signs of movement, the enemy would quickly mobilize their cavalrymen and gather them at the green rice basin at the back. There were also 1,000 cavalrymen waiting in the distance, ready to charge forward. It was at that moment that Yang Xinxing finally realized that the enemy commander had never thought of competing with the Southern Ji infantry. Instead, he had predicted the mentality of Yang Xinxing and the 3,000 cavalrymen with a special identity. First, he lured the young cavalry to attack, which would weaken their morale. Right from the beginning, he used the heavy cavalrymen to scare the wits of those profligate sons. He guessed that these bastards would disregard the overall situation and flee for their lives, and that the Southern Ji cavalry would be forced to escort them. Then he cut the flesh with a blunt knife and devoured the cavalrymen bit by bit. It could be said that Yang Xinxing had a whole new level of respect for the strength of the enemy. However, as a veteran of hundreds of battles, the old general had no fear in his heart. He had lost because Yang Xinxing had to take 2 risks in a row. The first time he purposely gave them a military merit, and the second time, he wanted to save their lives. In the end, the price he had to pay was the death of the few thousand cavalrymen of Southern Ji cavalry. After all, the old soldiers of Southern Ji were brought up by Yang Xinxing himself. Even though they had suffered such a crushing defeat, the old soldiers of Southern Ji were, after all, the soldiers under Yang Xinxing's tutelage. They didn't cry and wail. Instead, they quietly set up their tents in an orderly manner at a place where the river was dense and the water was abundant. They dug out 3 trenches, and behind the trenches was a 20 feet tall protective dam. Between the wide trenches, which were about the height of 2 men, they tried their best to cut off a large amount of tough tree trunks and branches, sharpened them and nailed them to the bottom. The tips of the trees, which had been roasted with fire, were arranged in a straight line, interweaving and connecting with each other. The soil inside and outside the trenches were all compacted. One after another, sturdy watchtowers rose from the ground, and tents were erected. The army of Southern Ji had an ample amount of provisions, so they didn't have to rely heavily on the supply line behind them. Besides, the cavalrymen of Liang dynasty, especially at the end of spring and autumn, with the support of the unobstructed post-house routes, the first class of elite soldiers could travel a distance of 100 miles in half a day. Also, when it was purely light cavalry, they could reach a speed that made people speechless. Lu Xingxiang's elite cavalrymen were said to be able to travel a distance of 300 miles in a day. It was even faster than Chu Lushan's 1,000 cavalrymen in the past. However, the latter was traveling on the Shu Road after all. As for the post-house cavalrymen, they were not included in the list. Regardless of how many post-house stations were reduced in Liang dynasty, due to the complaints of those civil officials who were desperately complaining about being poor, the post-house routes in the southern region of Jingji were still unobstructed. This was the source of Yang Xinxing's confidence. All he had to do was to wait for the reinforcements. Before that, they would not be besieged to death, and there was no need for Southern Ji army to act in desperation. However, Yang Xinqing was still exhausted, and his mind was even more haggard than when he was fighting on the battlefield. In order to appease those sons of wealthy families in the capital who were hiding and crying for their parents, the old general, who had already suffered a great loss in the war, did not even dare to speak harshly. He knew the reason why the Assistant Minister of War, Lu Xingxiang, had so little military power in his hands. It was because those old civil officials in the capital had been secretly hindering him. When an army was sent to war, it was not something that could be settled by just one general, or even one Ministry of War. If the Ministry of Revenue wanted to delay the march, they could find dozens of excuses to delay the march, and no one could find a reason to refute them. The fathers of 1,000 sons of wealthy families in the capital had joined hands and created a mess in the imperial court of Liang dynasty, making it impossible for Lu Xingxiang to quickly control the entire army. However, after he learned about the battle in Qingyang Basin, and learned that his sons and grandsons were trapped, he was able to help the fate of the 6 divisions become extremely smooth overnight. The reason why Yang Xinqing had brought along the cavalry army, which looked like a golden jade on the outside but was actually rotten on the inside, was because the old general knew better than anyone else that the imperial court of Liang dynasty was a needle hidden in silk floss. However, Yang Xinqing did not expect the enemy's main general to be so insidious and ruthless. As Yang Xinqing expected, in the imperial court of Tian City, although countless people were denouncing Yang Xinqing for his crimes, the Minister of War Liu Baijie, who had not been able to say anything during this period of time, suddenly seemed to be a man of his word. Those officials who had previously felt that Yang Xinqing's 40,000 and Yan Zhenchuan's 30,000 and 70,000 men and horses were making a big fuss over a minor issue, and that it was equivalent to killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, changed their faces overnight. They all spoke in unison about the craftiness of the remnants of West Chu, and that they were preparing to fight to the death with the imperial army on the front line north of Qiaohui. They needed to send another veteran general with meritorious service to the battlefield. Lu Xingxiang? As the commander-in-chief, he had allowed Yang Xinqing's troops to be besieged. This was an extreme oversight. He was not punished only because it was not appropriate to change the commander-in-chief at the last minute. Liu Baijie's suggestion was drowned out by the ferocious discussion in the imperial court. Lu Xingxiang needed to atone for his crimes through meritorious service. Other than the title of commander-in-chief, in reality, he did not have many troops that could be used for meritorious service. The one who truly led the troops was still the veteran General Wu Jun, who used troops steadily. This time, he had mobilized the 30,000 elite soldiers of the Jingji Fifth Army. Furthermore, under a secret order from the Ministry of War, Yan Zhenchuan had marched down from the Dongyu Plains and finally stopped in the area of the scattered warehouses. Then he would turn to the east and assume the position of a large army pressing down on the border from a commanding position. This was to support Wu Jun's 30,000 troops. When the time came, whether Yan Zhenchuan's cavalry would attack or defend would still depend on the orders from the Ministry of War. Chapter 1163. Outside Yulu Pass, Lu Xingxiang was still oblivious to the mobilization of troops from Guangling Road in the south. However, the criticism from the capital in the north kept entering his tent, creating a bleak atmosphere of instability. The few officers and commandants who were originally diligent and courteous at Yulu Pass were nowhere to be seen these days. Lu Xingxiang sat on the grass outside the camp. Beside him was Guo Dongfeng, who had been feeding the horses recently. Guo Dongfeng said angrily, "Does this Tangxi sword immortal eat shit? He has already become the Minister of War. Yet his words are worse than a fart." Lu Xingxiang said calmly, "Liu Baijie still has some conscience. He even spoke a few words of justice for me and suggested that I lead the troops down south." Guo Dongfeng sneered, "Conscience? Then why didn't he put in a good word for that old fool Yang Xinqing?" The 6,000 cavalry that he had painstakingly accumulated for more than 10 years were sent to their deaths in less than 10 days, because of those hedonistic sons of rich parents. In the end, he didn't even have a good ending. Lu Xingxiang smiled faintly and said, "Liu Baijie isn't stupid, and the people who curse in the imperial court aren't really stupid either. There are many things that you know are one thing, but when you say it out loud, it's another thing. As long as Liu Baijie wants to stabilize his position, he has no choice but to work hard without complaint, robbing Peter to pay Paul. If Gu Jiantang was in the Ministry of War, this would not be the case. Of course, if Great General Gu is in Great Peace City now, there will be no day for me, Lu Xingxiang, to shine. Guo Dongfeng snorted coldly. West Chu's main general must have water in his head. He treated the front line of the Baiao army as a battlefield to compete in military strength. Did he really think that everything would be fine after eating Yang Shenxing's 40,000 Southern Ji soldiers? Lu Xingxiang glanced at Guo Dongfeng. The civil officials in the imperial court are stupid, so are you? Guo Dongfeng was stunned. He said with a shocked expression, did West Chu really plan to eat Yan Zhenchuan's 30,000 cavalry from the beginning? Can they? Yan Zhenchuan is not Yang Shenxing. Are they not afraid of choking to death? Could it be that Chao Chongqing is going to personally take action? Lu Xingxiang looked into the distance and said with a cold smile, you better open your eyes wide and watch carefully. I have a feeling that in this battle, a few young people will emerge from West Chu who will become your mortal enemies. Guo Dongfeng chuckled. That's a good feeling. 30 li north of the scattered warehouse, Yan Zhenchuan's 30,000 cavalry deliberately slowed down as they went south. The scouts reported that there was an enemy army 5 li away. All of them were light cavalry, no less than 20,000 cavalry. Vast plains, vast battlefields. The autumn wind whistled, and the banners fluttered. The usually stoic old General Yan raised his head to look at the bright red, Yan character on the flag, then turned back to look at the fearless Yan family members. The old man said in a deep voice, pull out the flag. Old General Yan Zhenchuan, who was supposed to be in the rear, was going to lead the charge? Immediately, a few of his trusted generals came out to stop him. Yan Zhenchuan held up the long spear that had accompanied him for many years, shook his head and said, if we win, it will most likely be the last battle of our lives. We can't just stand here and watch. If we lose, it will be our last battle. How can we die on the run? The moment Yan Zhenchuan said this, the generals were speechless. The army pressed forward, and the banners moved forward. The enemy's 20,000 light cavalry did the same. Yan Zhenchuan led 30,000 against the wind, while West Chu led 20,000 against the wind. There was no advantageous slope under the hooves of both sides, and there were no infantry formations. The territory here was vast enough for a sufficiently wide front line and cavalry to be deployed in batches. Thus, it could be said that the commanding talents of the cavalry commanders on both sides could be perfectly displayed, and the combat strength of the cavalry could be perfectly reflected. This was a perfect battlefield to see who was weak and who lost, and who retreated and who died. There was no chance of luck. Almost at the same time, two bugles suddenly sounded out, resonating with each other, majestic and sorrowful. Exactly the same, after the first row of cavalry from both sides charged out. The second row immediately launched a ferocious charge. The spacing between each row of warhorses was almost the same, so it did not affect the charging speed of the cavalry at the back. The horizontal front lines of both sides were about the same length, but because Yan Zhenchuan's cavalry had the advantage in numbers, they had more depth. A number of cavalry suddenly appeared in the distance between the two armies. The few of them did not affect the overall situation, and the men and horses did not wear armor. Among them was the young man who had followed Pei Sui to the peak of Luohu Hill, Xiexibian. It was also this nameless West Chu commoner who had the guts to point out the situation in front of Chao Chongqing and Sun Shiji. Chao Chongqing laughed and called him Hafxia. This young man summarized the entire plan of West Chu's revival into getting beaten up and beating people up. In reality, the entire northern front matter was decided by Xiexibian. From the Yuao army taking over the town at the last moment, to the bait and night attack, to the encirclement and not attacking, to the Liang imperial court to lead Yan Zhenchuan's cavalry to scatter. Until now he was watching from afar. It was all because of this person's strategy. A middle-aged man who was a head taller than Xiexibian on horseback asked in a deep voice, General Xie, do we really not need to immediately use the 3,000 heavy cavalry hidden behind? Do we really not need to give the order for them to wear armor and mount? Yan Zhenchuan's 30,000 cavalry are not soft persimmons. Xie Shibian pursed his lips and shook his head. There is no meaning in using the heavy cavalry too quickly or too slowly. Xie Shibian spat out a mouthful of turbid air and said slowly, moreover, the death of 2 light cavalry soldiers is still worth it compared to the death of 1 heavy cavalry soldier. It can even be said that unless the 3,000 heavy cavalry is used to win, if they know that the heavy cavalry cannot change the situation, then the 20,000 light cavalry can be used to scatter the spirit of Yan Jinchuan's cavalry, and this battle can be considered over. Otherwise, I would rather not have a single light cavalry left and retreat with the heavy cavalry to deal with the next cavalry battle. The man glanced at this young commander, who was definitely not famous in the Liang court, and laughed. This person was born in the place where the founding emperor of the Dechu dynasty rose. That place once had the reputation of 4 marquises in Tenli. After Taizu of Dechu became emperor, there were more than 160 generals and marquises. That place had as many as 46 of them. There was the custom of every family sewing cloth to make a marquis tiger for their newborns. It was the beautiful hope of the old saying, although a tiger cub has not formed a pattern, it has the aura of a bull. However, this young man named Xie Shibian was definitely not one of those descendants of generals and marquises with illustrious military achievements. However, this did not matter, because he was Chao Chongqing's only disciple. Xie Shibian coldly watched the situation of the battle from the side. An hour later, 2 hours later, the muscular man and several other men at his side were all covered in sweat. Xie Shibian raised his butt and craned his neck to take a few glances. His lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself. He was still waiting. The men who had participated in the spring and autumn war all began to have anxious expressions. On the battlefield, their side had lost 5,000 cavalry, and Yan Jinchuan had also lost more than 6,000. This was a battlefield where no one had retreated, and neither side had been defeated. Compared to the total number, such a large number of deaths, and the fact that they were still fighting to the death, was simply shocking. This was because in battles where cavalry were in a stalemate, the true casualties would often occur when one side was defeated and retreated. At that time, the number of casualties would truly increase. The brawny man who was drenched in sweat pulled at his collar and punched the horse's back heavily. Xie Shibian was still expressionless. The muscular man glanced at the sky and softly said, General Xie, if you trade life for life, we will lose. Xie Shibian grunted softly, still unmoved. Another man said angrily, I will mobilize the cavalry to rush to the front. I am not as cold-hearted as you, Xie Shibian. Xie Shibian acknowledged and said calmly, Wei Hong, if you dare to go, I will dare to kill you. The man gritted his teeth and said, With your mediocre skills? Not far away, a handsome young man with 4 long swords on his back hesitated for a while and said coldly, I Lu Sichu can kill you. The man roared, Lu Sichu, don't think that I am afraid of you just because your grandfather is Lu Dantian. Xie Shibian said indifferently, I have said it before. Either Yan Jinchuan dies in battle, or the Yan family's cavalry is mostly exhausted. Only then will it be time for us to fight. You can ignore the fact that Lu Dantian is the #1 swordsman in Dechu, but since you are a soldier of my army, you have to listen to military orders. If you want to die, I will not stop you. But please, Wei Hong, die on the battlefield in the future, under the hooves of the Liyang cavalry. The ferocious-looking man rubbed his face and spat out a mouthful of saliva. If we lose this battle, I will beat you to death with my own hands even if I have to disobey orders. After an hour that felt extremely long, Xie Shibian said in a deep voice, Lu Tsong, Wei Hong, listen to orders. Wei Hong cursed and turned his horse around like a madman. Listen to your mother's orders. I will go kill the enemy now. If we win, you can beat me to death later. The muscular man called Lu Tsong cupped his fists and left. Xie Shibian said word by word, Remember, do not leave a single prisoner alive. Chapter 1164. Bailu was the 15th day of the 24 solar terms. At night, dew would appear on the vegetation and wild geese would fly south to avoid the cold. In Wei's county of Ningzhou, there were 2 county officers. At the end of last winter, Song Kelly, a foreigner, came here to take up the post. He was very effective in suppressing bandits and destroyed more than 10 horse gang nests. Horses in Ningzhou were frightened by his name. However, at the beginning of summer, Junior Commandant Song was removed from his position without warning by the Ningzhou provincial governor's office. He had been idle at home for several months now. When it rains, it pours. A marriage that had almost been settled was also cancelled. The woman was a pretty girl from a small family in Wei's County. She was not from an official family or a scholarly family. Compared to the young Commandant Song, who had a bright future, she was of a higher social class. Compared to the young Commandant Song, who had a bright future, she was naturally wronged. The change in the marriage didn't cause too much of a stir in Weize County. After all, Ningzhou was in the south of the capital. Everyone in the county was focused on West Chu's revival on the Guangling Road. Who would care about the daily necessities of a poor scholar? Those who had a good relationship with their neighbors would call him Junior Commandant Song when they met. Most people did not like to pay attention to this official who had no backing. However, at dusk during Bailu, an old Confucian scholar with white hair entered the county. He did not ask for directions and went straight to Song Kelly's private residence, which had already been moved out of the county office. There was a small carriage parked outside the door, so that people would not feel that the house was deserted. The old Confucian scholar looked at the delicate face in the corner of the curtain. The woman was surprised to see a guest in the house. She slowly lowered the curtain, and the carriage slowly drove out of the alley. The old Confucian scholar directly pushed the door and entered. Song Kelly was in the yard reading an imperial court bulletin which he had asked for through his connections. When he saw the ordinary-looking Confucian scholar, he was pleasantly surprised. He put the bulletin on the stone table and hurriedly stood up. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Mr. Yuan." The visitor was the reclusive old Hanlin Yuan Pu from the Hanlin Academy. It was this Hanlin elder who had spoken with him that was better than 10 years of reading books. Song Kelly had to think about the words that Mr. Yuan had written on the rice paper almost every day. There are 3 things a scholar does not care about. He does not care about his family's cultivation. He does not care about his family when governing the country. He does not care about governing the country when governing the country. The rise of the country cannot be separated from the contribution of accumulation. Back then, the entire Great Peace City looked at the Song family as a joke. The 2 masters of the Song family who dominated the literary world were angered to death in bed, and his reputation was ruined. His father was exiled from the capital and could not be an official for the rest of his life. As for him, the young phoenix of the Song family, he was exiled to Wei's County of Ning Province, a place with barren hills and treacherous waters. This was not a tragedy. After he had made some achievements on behalf of the people, first the high officials in the county government, then the Ning provincial governor's mansion, had all tried to suppress him. However, Song Kelly did not feel depressed about this. What really made Song Kelly feel confused was that the people who had received many favors from him in just half a year were now rolling their eyes and mocking him along with their colleagues in the county government. But Song Kelly did not want to complain to anyone except for Yuan Pu from the Yuan Huang sect. Because Song Kelly had a stomach full of inappropriate things, he wanted to consult this teacher who he had not been able to do well in the Hanlin Academy. After teacher Yuan sat down, Song Kelly asked respectfully, "Teacher, why have you come to Wei's County?" Yuan Pu, who liked to write more than talk, picked up the court bulletin. Probably because he had read too much and his eyes were not good. He raised it higher and browsed through it carefully. After putting it down gently, he spoke vaguely. "I have not left Great Peace City for too many years, so I wanted to go out and take a look." Speaking of this, the old teacher said with some emotion, "After Wang Xianji left Martial Emperor City, an old friend of Great Peace City also left." Yuan Pu looked at Song Kelly and said straightforwardly, "There's a reason why the horse problem in Ningzhou can't be cured. It's just a chess piece on the chessboard. It's neither big nor small. But if you, an outsider, want to move the chess piece, the old chess players will kill you." Song Kelly nodded and said with relief, "As I expected, the horse gangs that have been swarming in Ning province these years are Chao Chongqing's pawns." Yuan Pu said indifferently, "Chao Chongqing has not been idle in the past 20 years. There is also a West Chu spy who became the 3rd in command of Zhao Go. It was this person who proposed to plant spies in the army of Guangling province 17 years ago. In the early spring of the first year of the auspicious talisman, those spies who had been lurking for many years and had become lieutenants, to be exact, 367 of them, half died suddenly and the other half became the core of the West Chu rebel army. This move was completely unexpected by the Ministry of War, who had been plotting with Zhao Go for more than 10 years. The Minister of War, Liu Baijie, has a lot to do with this. Otherwise, how do you think West Chu has so many elites who can fight to the death on the battlefield? Song Kelly was stunned. Yuan Pu wiped his 2 fingers across the stone table and said hoarsely, "There are big and small schemes. To put it in a big way, it is to remove the vassals, to gather the power of the country, to promote the imperial examination, to restrain the military. In the end, it is to swallow Beimang and unify the world. It is to complete the feat that the Qin dynasty has not accomplished in 800 years. To put it in a small way, it is to become someone's eternal emperor." Yuan Pu's finger moved vertically. To put it in a small way, it is to force the king of Beiliang to use all his assets to contain Beimang. It is to limit Gu Jiantang to the northern front. This is an overt scheme. To use West Chu as bait to waste the power and ambition of the vassals, including the king of Guangling, to weaken the local military power of Gulu. It is also to use this to bait the king of Yanqi, Zhaobing, who has the geographical advantage. This is a scheme. 2 generations of northern Liang princes. What's frightening about them is that they have 300,000 strong soldiers. What's respectable is that the father and son have power in their hands, but they won't rebel. What's pitiful is that regardless of whether you're northern Liang rebels or not, the imperial court of Liang wants your Su family to go bankrupt. Yuan Pu spread out his palms and wiped them on the table. Life is helpless. Just like Su Shao trying every means to kill me, but even if he has an army of 300,000 and groups of death warriors going to the capital, he still can't kill me. It is like Chao Changqing, who is talented but unlucky to be born in West Chu. It is like Zhang Jiulu, who works hard for the good of the world, but has to face a situation where his family has the world. It is like Su Fengnian, who defeated Wang Xianji, but has to face the million cavalry of Beimang. Their helplessness compared to you, Song Kelly, is it greater or lesser? Song Kelly was dumbfounded. Mr. Yuan? Yuan Pu smiled. Song Kelly suddenly stood up and bowed deeply. He said anxiously, "Song Kelly greets Mr. Yuan." This bow was to the imperial tutor of Great Peace City, half-inch tongue, Yuan Bunshi. Yuan Bunshi ignored Song Kelly's seriousness and said calmly, "I shouldn't have met you so early, but I have spent my whole life in that city. In the early spring and autumn period, I was just a nobody. That Sun Ping's name is more useful than my saliva. At the end of spring and autumn, there is nothing for me to do. Now that the chess pieces have taken root." According to Huang Longshi's opinion, the interesting thing about farming is not to wait at home for a good harvest, but to see the gold in the fields with one's own eyes. Moreover, it's not appropriate for you to continue staying in Wei's County. Why don't you come with me to watch the scene of war and war? Otherwise, we scholars will only talk about the hardships of the people, but in the end, we don't even understand the suffering of the common people. That would be too ridiculous. Song Kelly's eyes sparkled. He said joyfully, "I am willing to be Mr. Yuan's lackey." Yuan Bunshi nodded and asked, "I saw the woman in the alley just now. How do you think she compares to the princess who secretly left the capital just to see you?" Song Kelly was speechless and did not know how to answer. One was a beautiful princess, the other was a pretty girl from a humble family. How could they be compared? Yuan Bunshi's eyes drifted. He sighed and said, "When it comes to relationships between men and women, some people are good people and treat you well. This is a blessing, but it does not mean that they really like you. Some people have bad personalities, but are willing to change a lot for you, but they really like you. The woman surnamed Zhao is willing to risk leaving the capital to find you, but she will not abandon her family. When it is time to choose one of the two, she will leave you. But the woman surnamed Lu in the alley is gentle, but she will most likely do anything for you, and will follow you to the end. People in the world always think that people with status will be grateful if they do something for them, but they are not deeply moved by the care of their parents, the help of their poor friends, or the help of their wives." Song Kelly said bitterly, "Thank you for your advice." Yuan Bunshi suddenly sat back on the stone bench. Talking is more tiring than doing things. Bring me wine. Song Kelly quickly ran into the house to find wine. Yuan Bunshi said to himself, if it were not for Beimang with 300,000 Bailiang, what would West Chu do? What would Zhao Bing and Zhao Yi and the other princes do? Yuan Bunshi said self-deprecatingly, I am also helpless. Chapter 1165. A carriage leisurely drove towards the granary. The coachman was Song Kelly's delicate servant. Yuan Bunshi, who sat in the carriage, kept the curtain drawn and looked at the formation of geese in the sky, lost in thought. The bird that sticks out takes the brunt of the wind. But no matter if it was a family, a clan, or a country, there would definitely be someone who would stand out. After Song Kelly left Wei's county, there were no more imperial court bulletins to read. However, Mr. Yuan would talk to him every once in a while, intentionally or unintentionally, revealing the secrets of heaven. Song Kelly believed him without a doubt. The Battle of the Scattered Cavalry was the first great defeat the emperor had suffered in the territory south of Great Peace City after he ascended the throne. During the Yonghui era, they had gone to Nanzhao twice. Although they had returned without any achievements, they had won and lost several large and small battles. In the battle of the first year of Xiangfu, the great general Yan Jinchuan had died in battle, and 30,000 elite cavalry had been completely annihilated. There was no way to cover this up anymore. The Liyang court was terrified. If it was said that Yang Xinxing being trapped could be understood as underestimating the enemy, then the Yan family's cavalry and the West Chu rebel army had met force without any tricks. The result was a crushing defeat, forcing the court officials to re-evaluate West Chu's strength. Song Kelly, who wholeheartedly served his country, was even more worried. It was only when Mr. Yuan spoke to him openly that this young phoenix of the Song family truly understood the treacherous nature of the imperial court. Did you see something? Yang Xinxing's 40,000 Southern Ji soldiers, the 5,000 to 6,000 newly created cavalrymen, and Yan Jinchuan's 30,000 elite cavalrymen guarding the capital, are all someone's army? Song Kelly exclaimed. But isn't the price a little too high? Yuan Bunshi smiled faintly. On the court side, it's mainly the Ministry of War and the Study, where the daily manager works. These places don't think that Yang Xinxing and Yan Jinchuan, the two veteran generals with meritorious service, will be defeated. They should have lost after the backbone of West Chu, Chao Changqing, showed up. However, since the capital's military seems to have suffered a heavy blow, then what reason does Prince Guangling, Zhao Yi, have to not make any moves? Song Kelly sighed. First restraining the military, then removing the vassal state is a matter of course. This is an open conspiracy. Yuan Bunshi did not comment. He hesitated and said self-mockingly, I've read some military books, but I don't dare to say that I'm familiar with military affairs. Therefore, I've always tried my best not to interfere in the layout of war. Of course, it's important to know one's own strengths and avoid one's weaknesses. Many times, as long as you don't make mistakes, opportunities will come. Yang Xinxing had lost because of the imperial court. Otherwise, with Zhu Zhao's frontline military strength, both sides were evenly matched. If Yang Xinxing was allowed to fight steadily, he would still be able to gain an advantage. However, Yang Xinxing had been fighting wars for most of her life. When she got older, she no longer thought of herself as a feudal official. Instead, she thought of herself as a courtier. In the end, it was reasonable that she lost outside of the battlefield. Song Kelly, you must learn from this. Song Kelly nodded vigorously. Yuan Bunshi continued. Yan Jinchuan was implicated by Yang Xinxing and had no choice but to retreat to the south. West Chu's cavalry waited for him to exhaust himself. Then, unexpectedly, 3,000 heavy cavalry appeared at the crucial moment to disrupt the situation. The more Yan Jinchuan managed his army and the more his soldiers fought to the end, the more they fell into West Chu's trap. With Yan Jinchuan's experience, he would have guessed that West Chu's 20,000 light cavalry had an ambush behind them. He just didn't expect that the 20,000 cavalry would be defeated by the 30,000 cavalry. The imperial court made one wrong step after another, while West Chu took one step after another. It seemed like West Chu had a successor. The Ministry of War had a record of several youths and 4 of them were the best. 2 of the 4 had appeared. The Pei clan's Pei Sui was in charge of government affairs. This person was young and old, with a profound family background, but he was lacking in spirit. Su Yunxia, who led 20,000 light cavalry to fight to the death with Yan Jinchuan, was full of spirit. However, he couldn't grasp the timing of the heavy cavalry's attack. It seems that the northern front is the work of Ko Jianghuai or Xie Shibian. Song Kelly said slowly, I've heard of Ko Jianghuai. His ancestors were all generals of West Chu. He studied military strategy and was a brilliant figure in Shangyin Academy in his early years. He became teacher Jishang before he was 20 years old. He was also brave enough to break through enemy lines. He's a rare talent in both the pen and the sword. As for who Xie Shibian is, I've never heard of him. Teacher Yuan, is West Chu's Northern Front plan really not the Confucian sage Chao Chongqing's plan? Yuan Bunshi shook his head. Without these outstanding young people, how would Chao Chongqing dare to revive his country? Yuan Bunshi suddenly laughed. It was the kind of laughter that wouldn't stop. Song Kelly was stunned. His impression of teacher Yuan was that he was calm in the face of change. He had great wisdom, but he was shrewd and rarely revealed his true feelings. After laughing heartily, Yuan Bunshi took a sip of wine and said, I've been cooped up in the Hanlin Academy all my life. I've heard a lot of famous scholars talk and talk. Although I'm pedantic, I'm still one of the most knowledgeable people in the world. There's no lack of merit. I've either dealt with a group of people who can't see the light of day, or I've dealt with a group of people behind the scenes. These people are even more knowledgeable. Each of them has their own outstanding talents. Some of them are flawless in small details. Some of them have great foresight. When I left the capital this time, I stayed in those inns in towns and listened to the boasting of poor scholars and country bumpkins. Only then did I realize that there's a different flavor to it. Chapter 1166. Song Kelly didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't dare to comment. During this trip to the south, he had heard many ridiculous comments from frogs at the bottom of the well. Song Kelly often heard them in one ear and out the other, but Mr. Yuan enjoyed them every time. He drank and ate more and more happily. For example, there were some rough people in the marketplace who said that Chao Chongqing from West Chu was too stupid. Why didn't he hide in the capital and assassinate the emperor? He had already assassinated the emperor 3 times, so what if he did it a few more times? It was better than doing nothing on the Guangling Road. There were also people who had more practical opinions. They said that if he was Chao Chongqing, he would lead the Jianghu masters to the north and kill a few thousand people each time, once every few days, all the way to the foot of Tai and city without losing a single soldier from West Chu. It wasn't that there weren't any unique opinions. They raised objections. If that was the case, why didn't the imperial court spend a lot of money to hire martial arts experts to go to Beimang? Why did we still need General Gu Jiantang's border army? Why did we need the Beiliang cavalry? It was clear that there were rules in the world that the common people didn't understand. However, when these people were asked the root of the matter, they couldn't give an answer. In the marketplace, as West Chu rose up and raised the flag with the word Jiang, the situation of King Liang's army winning the battle did not appear. The battle was at a stalemate and was very lively. There were many people who were angry and expressed their opinions. Yuan Bunshi laughed softly and asked, Do you think that the common people who are far away from the center of power are crude and short-sighted? Song Kelly didn't hide his thoughts and nodded. I do think so. Yuan Bunshi shook his head and said, It's not that I haven't thought about reorganizing the forces in Jianghu. However, when the late emperor ordered Su Xiao to enter Jianghu, it made a bad start. Later, although the imperial court left many positions among the imperial golden saber guards for the common people in Jianghu, and the Ministry of Justice, and the Zhaogo Bureau gave out a lot of protective talismans, and a considerable number of copper-embroidered carp bags, they paled in comparison to the Empress of Beimang. Although it was wishful thinking for the prideful top-notch martial artists to work together to assassinate someone at the cost of their lives, it was not difficult to reduce the number of casualties in a battle. But there were 2 things that caused me to completely give up on the idea. One was the orthodoxy of the literary vein in the emperor's heart, the obstruction of the eunuch Han Shengxian, and Teacher Lu's attitude that he was the only one in Great Peace City. The second thing is that Su Xiao collected all the secret manuals in the world and put them in storage. He also set the rule of Jianghu. From then on, the court and Jianghu did not interfere with each other's business. He was unable to create the scene of Beimeng merging with the Great River. Yuan Bunshi sighed and shook the flagon. He looked at the young Song Kelly and said in a deep voice, "Smart people don't need to use complicated means to achieve great things. They are often very simple. But there is one thing that cannot be wrong. That is, what you see in the distance and the path you take must be right." What was truly difficult was that it was easy to know but difficult to do. Your ancestors and father's generation had joined hands to dominate the literary world and suppress others. They might not have known that their actions were hindering the atmosphere of the scholarly circle. Why? Because they could not let go of their family's honor. The current emperor did not adopt Li Xiaoxin's new calendar. It might not be that he did not care about the people. Why? Because he could not let go of his family's prosperity. Chao Zhongqing's outstanding character. Even I, Yuan Bunshi, admire him. This high-ranking official has entered the imperial palace several times. As long as his killing intent is not heavy, that old friend and I not only did not stop him, but also turned a blind eye twice. Why? Chao Chongqing could not let go of one person. That old friend and I could not bear to let go of our scholarly prowess. It was scattered by the wind and rain early on. Yuan Bunshi said emotionally, "When a person is stubborn, they become foolish and true. The good and the bad cannot be described in a few words." Song Kelly was about to continue asking for advice when Yuan Bunshi had no intention of speaking. He muttered to himself, "The Jianghu has mostly been decided by people. The court will also have an end in this dynasty. In the future, I, Yuan Bunshi, and strategists like Li Yishan and Nalin Yusi will become extinct. As for the imperial tutor, that is even more of an extravagant hope." The following journey to the south was uneventful. General Yin Zhenchuan and his 30,000 yen family cavalry were history. The imperial court was still deploying troops and generals. There would be no war in a short period of time. Moreover, the horse thieves had disappeared overnight. The carriage traveled without any danger. It even arrived at the battlefield where the granaries were scattered. Yuan Bunshi walked out of the carriage. He did not immediately go to the battlefield where the 50,000 cavalry had been deployed. Instead, he went to the place where the West Chu heavy cavalry had stopped. Liang only had Beiliang, Jizhou, and the Tuliao provinces. West Chu's warhorses were naturally inferior to those of these three places. Moreover, when the heavy cavalry rushed to the battlefield, it was impossible for them to gallop with the momentum of a rainbow. Instead, they needed a large number of mules and horses and many auxiliary soldiers. Before the heavy cavalry entered the battlefield, the riders did not wear armor or mount their horses. They only chose to hide in a place not far from the battlefield and quietly wait for an opportunity. Once the heavy armored cavalry completed their charge, the huge impact they would create would be unparalleled. It could be said that the heavy cavalry was like a woman that every cavalry commander wanted to keep in a golden house. They were the most terrifying love rivals that the enemy commander did not want to meet. Yuan Bunshi followed the marching route of the heavy cavalry and slowly walked until he reached the final battlefield. Yuan Bunshi squatted down and closed his eyes. It was as if he could see the tragic scenes of the battle between the cavalry and the soldiers. At the end of the light cavalry battle, the West Chu heavy cavalry charged out. Yin Zhenchuan, who had changed his warhorse several times, was covered in blood. He was not afraid of death. He led the few remaining personal guards who had been protecting him and took the lead to meet the heavy cavalry. Those who had horses continued to fight on horseback and made one last charge. The Yen family cavalry, who no longer had any warhorses to ride, stepped into formation and met the unstoppable flood of armored soldiers. After the situation was settled, the exhausted West Chu cavalry continued to chase with gritted teeth. Yin Zhenchuan was the first to die in battle. He did not even leave a complete corpse. His generals died soon after. Many of the Yen family cavalry, who could no longer fight, stared blankly at the spears on the backs of the enemy's horses, or at the blades of the West Chu foot soldiers. Many blood-soaked flags fell on the battlefield. Some of the cavalry tried their best to grab a corner of the flag before they died. After the battle, the young commander of West Chu, who did not personally enter the battlefield, methodically ordered his auxiliary generals to deal with the funeral arrangements. The young man did not have the joy of becoming famous in one battle. He sat alone on the ground and looked around. He quietly lowered his head and raised his arm to wipe his tears. It was not only for the men of West Chu, but also for the Yen family cavalry of the enemy camp. Chapter 1167. Wudong's 81 mountain peaks were a spectacular sight, but not every peak had a Taoist temple, and not every mountain had a Taoist cultivator. Among them, the small pillar peak in the north had relied on the east wind of the northern Liang King's large-scale construction to build a new Taoist temple. The master of the temple was the old Taoist Song Jiming's youngest disciple, Han Gui. This young Taoist cultivates his heart, not his strength. Even the old sect leader Wang Zhonglo once said, "This child is upright and sincere. The further he goes in the future, the further he will go." However, even though Wudong's mountain style was simple and honest, Han Gui was neither proficient in alchemy nor talismans. Even his divination skills were sparse, so Song Jiming never allowed this disciple in closed-door training to open the peak. Of course, with the incense offerings of Wudong Mountain in the past, even if they wanted to, they were powerless. After Wang Zhonglo passed away, the sect leader was changed from Hong Shixiang to Li Yufu, but Han Gui still cultivated in a tepid manner. Green Mountain Taoist Temple was newly completed. After the initial celebration from the various Taoist temples, Han Gui was not a person who was good at extravagance. The remote little pillar peak soon quieted down, and the number of pilgrims at Green Mountain Taoist Temple could be counted on one's fingers. However, there was a child who often came to Green Mountain Temple to play, and became familiar with the boy who swept the path. Later, the child brought a young man to offer incense, who was said to be his master. The temple master, Han Gui, climbed the mountain at a young age and concentrated on studying the classics. He had always lived in seclusion and did not pay attention to worldly affairs. He also did not recognize the pilgrim, who could not be considered extravagant. The third time the pilgrim entered the mountain to offer incense, Han Gui still did not recognize him. Instead, it was the disciple sweeping the floor who remembered the person's face and secretly reminded him in a low voice. Han Gui then hurriedly stepped over the threshold and called out to the handsome young master, saying that the Taoist temple was simple and crude, and that there was only crude tea to welcome guests. The handsome and resolute pilgrim did not refuse and agreed with a smile. Han Gui made good tea. The tea was wild tea from the mountain, but Han Gui's tea was not like those of the famous Jiangnan scholars who did not pay attention to the water used to make the tea. The two drank. The pilgrim who called himself Liangzhou Suqi did not say much, only praising the tea's profound taste. Han Gui did not know how to exchange pleasantries, and could only laugh it off. While they were drinking tea, the child who came to Shaozhu Peak to play from time to time and Han Gui's disciple, Qing Xian, sat on the stone steps outside the main hall and chatted. Although Qing Xian was young and had endless homework and work to do every day, his seniority in the Wudong Peaks was not low. The old chief Wang Zhonglo and the others had the highest seniority on the mountain, but with the passing of the oldest Song Jiming, only Chen Yao and Yu Xingrue were left. Next was the new chief Li Yufu's generation. Because the previous generation took in very few disciples, Han Gui, as one of Song Jiming's 6 disciples, had the same seniority as Li Yufu. Next was the Qing generation. There were about 40 people on Wudong Mountain. Although there were signs that the number was gradually increasing, if the little Taoist child Qing Xian went to places like Lotus Peak and Jade Pearl Peak where incense burned, many middle-aged Taoist priests might even call him martial uncle. The little Taoist child Qing Xian wore a Dongxian scarf commonly seen in martial arts. There was an inch of cotton folded on top of the scarf, and auspicious clouds were drawn on the surface of the scarf. It hung down like a bamboo slip, inspired by the immortal Lu Zhu. At this moment, the little Taoist child was talking to his new peers about the art of nourishing one's health, which he did not fully understand. Today is the autumn equinox. My sect's ancient book, True Theory of Heavenly Essence Nourishment, has recorded that the thunder has stopped and the yin qi has gradually increased. My generation should lie down early and rise early. Moreover, my master said that the hot and dry autumn is also divided into warm and dry, cool and dry. We should climb high and look into the distance, diligently breathing in and out, knocking our teeth and swallowing. The art of nourishing one's health, in general, is the word restraint. Listening to the little Taoist child's genteel words, the other child babbled indifferently. However, he asked curiously, "Since there will be less thunder in the future, will there be more demons and ghosts? Then won't you Taoists be busy going down the mountain to get rid of demons and ghosts?" Qing Xian rolled his eyes. A chicken talking to a duck, he was a bit angry. The child who knew he had made a mistake scratched his head, not knowing what to do. In the end, Qing Xian didn't bicker with this guy. Suddenly, he had a gluttonous look on his face. He even wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said in a low voice, "Di Long, let me tell you. There's a large persimmon forest on Little Lotus Peak. It's going to be completely red soon and very delicious. I've already discussed it with a few senior martial brothers and martial nephews on the other peaks. When are we going to pick persimmons? Do you want to go? If you want to go, I'll count you in." Di Long said in surprise, "Little Lotus Peak? Isn't that the place where your previous sect master, Immortal Hong, cultivated alone? You also dare to go steal persimmons?" Qing Xian shrunk his neck and carefully glanced at his master. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Before young Marshal Granduncle ascended, it wasn't a problem for us to pick persimmons. Young Marshal Granduncle would even personally help us pick persimmons. Alas, it's a pity that after young Marshal Granduncle ascended, Marshal Granduncle Chun, who was in charge of discipline, didn't let people go there. Some time ago, for some reason, he even issued a ban on the mountain. However, the persimmons there are really very sweet and very delicious." At this point, the little Taoist's eyes suddenly turned red. He hurriedly raised his sleeve to wipe his eyes. Yu Di Long laughed mischievously and said, "You want to eat persimmons and you want to cry? Can't you be a bit more mature? It's fine, I'll hurry and pick them for you tomorrow. I guarantee you'll have enough." The little Taoist glared at him. "I just miss our young Marshal Granduncle." On this side, there were persimmons and young Marshal Granduncle. On the other side, Han Gui naturally knew what was going on. He sighed and was somewhat absent-minded. He still remembered when he chanced upon young Marshal Uncle who rode and herded cows. Every time he saw juniors like them, if it was this season, he would always find a way to take out a few bright red persimmons from his sleeve. Before handing them over, he wouldn't forget to gently wipe them with his sleeve. Su Qi, or rather Su Fengnian, said softly, "Taoist Han, I know a little about geomancy. I also know that Little Pillar Peak's mountain terrain and water veins are dense. It's also one of the few blessed paradises in Wudong Mountain. Forgive me for asking, but why is there so little incense even though Green Mountain Monastery has been built?" Although Han Gui was not well versed in the ways of the world, his Tao heart was clear. He immediately understood the meaning behind this person's words. He smiled and said, "Logically speaking, Little Pillar Peak's geomancy is indeed very good. It should have been handed over to an extremely talented eldest disciple of the Qing generation to establish a sect. However, young Marshal Uncle probably joked with me back then, saying that Little Pillar Peak's osmanthus flowers were especially fragrant and topped all the other peaks. Since I have the word osmanthus in my name, I should have it in my life. To be honest, without mentioning anything else, just the statues and tables in Green Mountain Monastery are all cast in copper and distilled in gold. It's not cheap. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by young Master Su, but I'm really afraid that the thief will remember it. When the time comes, I won't be able to stop him even if I try my best. Actually, as far as I'm concerned, studying anywhere is still studying and cultivating. After all, in one's life, one can only eat a few bowls of rice, wear a set of clothes, and sleep on a bed." Su Fengnian joked, "Taoist Han as a cultivator. Why would you care about those yellow and white things? Shouldn't it be that as long as it's a worldly possession, you shouldn't care about anything?" Han Gui laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Wrong, wrong. Immortals are still half human. As for Zhenren, the emphasis is on the word Zhenren." Su Fengnian seemed to be unhappy. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Forgive my ignorance, I don't understand the meaning of this. I hope Taoist Han can enlighten me."